Hello? Okay, someone tell me if the music's too loud or if it's good. Sorry. Also, someone tell me if I'm actually streaming. It says I am. I think I trust it, but I don't know. Hey guys, what's up? Seems good. All right, nice, very nice. How is everyone? Everyone having a gaming kind of day? I know I need to do more. I need to do more streams. This is kind of I like redid the way that I did like 2 streams before, and they were both very unorganized. This one was too. However, I put in a little bit of effort the past 30 minutes or whatever to actually learn how to set up a live stream that looks real. I don't know what it actually looked like though. What was the thumbnail? Was it just like the like pink and purple Rosa Starcross like sky? Is that all it was? Dude, I'm seeing a lot of people gaming here today. Now that's nice stuff. Hey guys. Bro, you are the guy who helped me make my RPG. I am unbelievably flattered that you capitalized guy. Are you calling me the guy? Cake, am I right? But no, that's awesome. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've done live. I'm working on... Now, I don't know if this is going to be a thing. Actually, hold on. Let's transition to what I have open right now. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, first, I'm going to turn up... I'm playing the Rosa Starcross soundtrack right now. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Oh boy, that looks loud. Okay. How does can you hear the soundtrack? And 2, is it too loud or too quiet? Let me know. FL Studioing, nice, nice. Got people doing music, doing some coding, some art, some planning stuff. Yeah. You showed me to your game design class. That's awesome. Well, thanks. So yeah, the music sounding all good before I get started working on anything. And while I ask, I'll just say, yeah. Okay, so this is a prototype. This is literally just something that I've been doing, like maybe a couple hours every week for only a few weeks now, just for fun. It's just like a basically a top-down Zelda sort of thing. I've had Zelda on the mind for a while now, and so I was just like, I was playing A Link to the Past, and I was like, I kind of want to just see how quickly I can do something like that. But I also figured if you know, if the prototyping went well, or if it was interesting enough, then it could eventually turn into like a series. But it's always good to have the series done first. I normally do that. If I'm planning like a long thing, I like to have it done for like a while, at least the base project first. Like, for example, the platformer thing, I had it done, and then I was feeling pretty good about it, but there were a couple things I didn't like, and having that like prototyped version of the project, I actually went back and completely redid it, which made it a lot cleaner for the actual series. So this is kind of, 1, a thing for fun for me, but 2, could very easily turn into like a tutorial series or something like that. I've always figured something like a top-down action RPG would be pretty perfect. So, yeah. Just popping in for a second. You're at a restaurant. Well, thanks a lot. Get a big old cookie sundae, why don't you? For me. What's the best way to promote your game? That is an extremely dependent question on what your situation is like. But to be completely honest with you, I think doing something with YouTube is pretty much your best bet by yourself. You know, okay. I think we should all be good right now. So wait, hold on. One more thing that I want to try, because I got something special from Amazon. Here we go. Bam, baby. It's me. I'm sure most of you don't know what I look like at all. It's this. Good to see ya. That doesn't look too bad. It's pretty tiny, but I guess it needs to be. It can make me large. That's good. I'll just explain really closely what it is I'm actually doing. Or not. It's not. Hold on. Now how do I fix it? Here I go. But I'm going to be doing something. Just give me 5 hours. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to be like, obviously, this is just prototyping, so I'm not going to be like walking through a lot of this stuff, but I'll be doing it. I'll also increase the size of the font or whatever when I'm actually working in stuff. So that way you can at least hopefully see what I'm doing. I have no idea what the actual quality of like the stream's video is, so hopefully you can actually see the things that I'm doing, but thanks everyone for being nice to me and my mustache. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm glad to be helping out. Yeah, I think every time I do, like, a new series, I think there's more people who are, like, beginners coming into stuff. Because it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, how much is that going to sway? This is not, like, the most stable desk. I didn't even think of that. Oh, well. Have fun throwing up while watching this. But, yeah, new people show up with a lot of the new series, which is really cool. Because not everyone wants to make an RPG. And not everyone wants to make a platformer and all that stuff. So, yeah. And not everyone makes this kind of game. You know? So, okay. So, basically, what I have... A lot of this stuff is really testy looking. But let me just run the game and see... what we have here. So, where's my controller? What did I do with it? Here it is. Oh. I changed my desk setup a little bit to be a little bit nicer, literally just today. So it's not like optimized. I've been using this this 8-bit do or 8-bit do Pro controller thingy, the SN30 Pro, and it's really cool. I like it a lot. At first I thought I hated the ergonomics of it. I just wanted it because it looked cool. And I wanted like a decent D-pad for stuff, but I've actually grown super accustomed to it. I might make this window a little bit bigger too. Yeah, RPGs and platformers are like the best places to learn, especially simpler RPGs. A lot of people, well, I am working on the turn-based RPG series, but myself included, I wanted to start with the turn-based RPG, one, because I love them, but two, because I was like, oh yeah, that should be, I feel like that should be easier than like an action-heavy game with a lot of animations and stuff like that. But as far as programming goes, it's totally the opposite. A turn-based RPG has so many more systems, which means so much more programming. So, yeah, I definitely think like a lot of types of RPGs are really good. I think a Zelda-type game is really good to get behind programming for the first time. So, but yeah, definitely platformers. Platformers and like some kind of top-down style movement game where you don't have to worry about things like gravity or any kind of like physics really. But anyways, so the animations on this are kind of rough. Basically what I do when I animate stuff is like I'll I'll make like a 3D model in Blender. I'll normally sketch something out or make something with pixel art first that I want, and then I'll make a model based off that in Blender. And just because it's really, really fast to get 3D animations done, and I'm a little bit better at 3D animation, so it's gonna look a little chunky. Like it's gonna look like rendered down 3D graphics, right? Like the way like the pixels sort of look weird. I cleaned them up a little bit, but not that much. The swipes look pretty funny from the side and upwards. The downward one looks okay as far as like being a Zelda thing goes, but it basically functions like Zelda. And I just wanted to try and figure out a way that was like really easy for the like elevation terrain working, you know, like hopping down walls and stuff like that. And there's like a little test arrow. Again, this is very, very prototypey. And I think with this, I'm just going to prototype it as like messy as possible just to check out what features I actually would want in a game like this. And then after that, yeah, it's a little messy. After that, once that's done, go back and clean it up or just restart from scratch. Because again, this is just a hobby project for me right now. So I'm cool with doing pretty much whatever with it. Let's see. I need to pay attention to chat. Streaming's hard. What? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as far as like answering specific questions about like some of the tutorials and stuff like that, it's going to be very difficult for me to answer, mostly just because it's been so long since I've done a lot of them that I would have to like rewatch the video to see exactly how I do it. Because pretty much every tutorial that I've ever done, something about it is like different than the way I would probably personally do it now, just because one, I'm better, but two, when I make a system like that, like for example, like a text box system or something, I make it a little bit differently just because I know exactly how my game is going to be set up, where I try to make the tutorials as like multi-game friendly as possible. But if I'm making something that I know is just for me, it'll be quite different. Let's see, quick question. What's the most efficient way to get the character to start moving when you click a button, but stay still whenever you don't press any buttons? So I assume you mean like in like a real-time strategy game or something like that, if you were to like click a certain area, like if I were to click right here, the player would just walk right there on their own without having to do anything else. Basically, a state machine would probably be the best way to do that, where you would just your player would basically have like a target position that they were walking to, or maybe not even a state machine. That wouldn't even be necessary at all. Just have target coordinates that your player wants to walk to, and don't accept any inputs from a controller or a keyboard. And then whenever you do a left click on your mouse, you can just like set those target coordinates to where the mouse was, and then do the logic, like figure out the direction based on the two different coordinates of the current coordinate of the player to the mouse, that kind of thing. And then just have them walk there, and then if the distance is within the walking speed, you can just set that walking speed to 0. And then set the player to like an idle position like you see right now, like they would walk, and then once they were at that exact place, they just stop, right? That's about as easy as I can explain it right now. I'll do a video on Blender 2 sprites. I probably could. That was something I planned to do at some point, but it just, whoa. But this is my sister. I'm gonna hang up on her. What was I saying? She's ruined everything again. I need to read the chat again to figure out what happened. Oh, Blender Game Maker. Yes. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy. I do use an older version of Blender, so the thing that stopped me from actually making a video like that is that I haven't figured out the workflow for like new versions of Blender. I use 2.79, and I think it might even be on Blender 3 now. But I know it's at least at like 0.83 was a big deal or something like that. But Yeah, that's totally something that I would do because I think it's great. Like, I really enjoy 3D animation. I love 2D animation. I'm just not nearly as good at it as I would like to be. I'm gonna go ahead and start working on something. I'm gonna start separating out this sprite here. I had this a couple nights ago done, but yeah, I think that's like a really underutilized thing because I notice a lot of games will like use 3D rendered sprites. Like, for example, there's like Dead Cells, right? Which pretty much everything in it is like rendered down. I don't think the game is actually in 3D at a low resolution. I think it is pre-baked, you know, so like the 3D animation is rendered down to a sprite. So if that's the case, then, and I think a lot of games do this, you could think of like even Donkey Kong Country or something like that, where it's fully done in 3D and then it's just rendered down. Where I don't necessarily just do that. I tend to get especially when I started, when I wasn't good at 3D animation at all, I would basically just do the poses. I wouldn't animate anything in 3D. I would just put everything where it needed to be. And then in 2D, I would like make my decision. I don't need that. I would make my decision of like, okay, which poses do I think has this work out the most? I would normally keep it at a low frame rate to make it look like it was actually hand drawn. And then I would go back in and clean it up in GameMaker's image editor, and also add stuff like, for example, these smear frames on like the attack for this character. So where's an attack? So swipe down, right? So I would add like this smear and then like the weird little trails that come after it. Like I said, this doesn't look great and it's not cleaned up. You can see there's jaggies everywhere. The way his head looks is really strange. It looks like a 3D model that's been like rendered down in 2D, but that's where like the cleanup would come in. Like, I wouldn't necessarily focus so much on doing the best 3D animation ever. I would meet it halfway with like cleanup and 2D sensibilities and stuff like that, and edit it in that way. And for me, I found that workflow is not only like super useful, but I find that a lot more fun. And there's a ton of stuff like that in Starcade, where recently I've actually kind of had to just like dial back the cleanup a little bit just to get some stuff done as fast as possible. But yeah. Let's see. Let's catch up on some stuff. So I think everyone seems to be having a conversation about like, okay, yeah, there it is. There's the issue. Do you think a game like Undertale can get viral nowadays? Yeah, totally. I mean, the thing about Undertale, right, was like, what's like the appropriate way to put this? I think saying a game like Undertale should more represent like Undertale being a game that was made by mostly by a single person. Obviously, not exactly one person. Temmie Chang did a lot of really good art for that game and stuff like that, and there were other people contributing to it. But I think a game like Undertale means a game that has a strong vision from one person and is unique and very true to itself, right? I think if you mean a game like Undertale in terms of a game made specifically to be a lot like Undertale, there's a chance it could do well, but it's obviously not going to have the same impact that Undertale did initially. But I think if it's something that's very true to you and you care about it. And another thing that's really impressive about Undertale that's made it like super easy for me to appreciate recently is like the fact that it was just made in a couple years and it's so short. It's not like the shortest game in the world. Like there's meat on the bone, but like it's such a controlled game, where like I have a problem, and a lot of people have this problem of like letting their game projects get really out of control. And I'm sure most of you have that problem too. Again, I have that problem, so I'm not judging anyone. But I think that's another really impressive thing about Undertale is like it knew exactly what it wanted to be, and it got in and it got out. So like in that sense, I feel like any game could be super successful in that way. I do think maybe the level of Undertale is a bit much, but you know, you've seen things like Celeste and Hollow Knight, recently stuff like Pizza Tower that do really well, you know. And I think that obviously Hollow Knight's a big deal. They're all these things are big deals and stuff like that, but obviously Undertale's kind of on another level. But you also don't need that level of success, you know. It's not necessary. What was I doing? Hold on. Okay, I need to set these to precise really quick. I'm trying to set up water, and I have no idea how I want to tackle that right now. So, but I need to read more chat. But I'm gonna do this really quick. I'm just the worst at dividing my attention on things. And by the way, this is something you could totally do. You could set up all these sprites in like one single sprite object and then have like a single water object or wall object or whatever. Then in the editor, just change the image index. I do that for a lot of types of things, but when it's something like walls, I much prefer to make separated sprites for each one. So like level editing is just so much easier. Like placing walls down is way better. Okay, I need to catch up now. Dude, oh man. I just realized that I'm pretty far back. Yeah, someone said, I would just make the game that speaks to you. Absolutely. I think by far that's the most important thing. Did I listen to King Mothership? Yes, not the whole album yet, but today I listened to the first couple tracks and I was super digging it. Really digging how theatrical it was. I love that kind of stuff. You should listen to the single album from Native Construct if you haven't, called Quiet World. So you do that, and I will finish listening to King Mothership 100%. Stream's going to be saved afterwards? Yes, they are, with the chat replay and stuff, too. So if anyone watches the VODs, they can be like, wow, he took a really long time to actually just read the things people said. Using Unreal Engine 5's control rig to animate 3D models and render out the sprites from that. That sounds great, especially because I just, you know, it's a GDC right now, and they just were talking about Unreal 5.4, and there were a lot of even more great, really cool animation tech in there. So that's probably an awesome idea if you are somewhat familiar with Unreal, or if you're not familiar with Unreal, and you're not familiar with Blender, then honestly, I don't know. Blender's great. I love Blender, but at some point I want to move to 3D, and obviously I'm probably going to be doing Unreal, especially after everything that happened with Unity. It made that decision pretty easy. If you sell 1,000 copies, you'll be happy. Yeah, man. Me too. I totally get that. Congrats on 15K. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, just finishing your game is a big deal. I haven't done it clearly, so you know, it's a big deal to finish a game. For the RPG tutorial, any chance they'll cover action commands of some sort, like Paper Mario? Yep, totally. I'm planning to do it in I can't remember if this is specifically Final Fantasy. I don't think it is, but there's a lot of other RPGs like there's a lot of RPGs, especially from the 90s, where like different characters would function very differently. I'd like to show that so I could show very traditional RPG mechanics and also stuff like action inputs and things like that. So yeah, definitely going to try. I'm going to try and cover everything I can. So hopefully I would never have to make another RPG series again. Because I really enjoy doing this YouTube channel a lot. Like, it's really, really fun. But I would super prefer my videos to just be like pretty easy learning content for people. So and obviously I make my own games and stuff like that. So I'm not necessarily hoping that I can just keep making tutorials forever. I kind of just want to make ones that cover pretty much as possible, especially for beginners and like beginner intermediates and stuff like that. And then just have those be good and not have to redo subjects and stuff like that. Kind of a fool's errand though, because obviously Game Maker is going to change at some point in the future. But it seems that they set up the architecture of Game Maker Studio 2 to basically just, you know, no, I'm not gonna say that. They're gonna make a Game Maker Studio 3 at some point, or Game Maker 3. It's just called Game Maker 2 now, I think. So, anyways, what am I doing? I want to figure out how to make some swimming work. How do I want to do this? I could try and set it to. I could try and do it like a Link to the Past, right? Where you have like separate swimming mechanics, and you know, I think that's just what I'm going to do. Because let me talk about some of what I have going on so far. You know, let's see. I'll share some secrets. I'll spill some secrets. So I got a couple abilities in here that I just think would be cool. And one is this. So obviously, like this is like a pit, right? So these are like outward walls or whatever. And generally, you can jump down walls in like a Zelda game. So you can jump down on these, all that kind of stuff. And then this is like an outwards wall. So you could jump down these walls in this way. And that's very normal for like a Zelda-like type game. And I just thought it would be cool to have like a stat that can probably change throughout the game. Like you can increase it. That's like your player's jump height. So not only can you jump down walls, but you can also jump up them if they're under a like your player's stat of jump height. So like, and I have it set to where like all the walls can figure out the logic, right? So like the height of this little platform is 1 tile, and the height of this platform is like 2 tiles, and the height of this one is like 3. So I have it set up to where all the walls that surround it and are connected to these bottom facing tiles can just figure out technically how tall they should be. So I don't think my player can jump over 3 tiles or like 48 pixels. So it can jump up 32 pixels like this, but would not be able to jump up 48. Yeah, so the player can't like go over these because technically it's 48. Yeah, the perspective is like kind of any kind of 2D game where you have any kind of like layer for anything or whatever, you know, like perspective is always going to be weird, and it's always going to take like a little bit of adjustment from the player. But that also plays into like these arrows. These are very testy. But I was just testing the fact that like they can't go up a wall like this, but arrows should be able to go like down walls. And this doesn't have any like Z information or anything like that. You know, it's not like Rosa Starcross is basically like a 3D game. So it doesn't have that. It's basically just like the arrows, once they cross over a wall that they don't need to collide with, then they sort of inherit the height. So the height of this is 32. So if the player like shot an arrow, technically this wall is a height of 48. So it can't get over it, but you can shoot off the 48. It'll go over the 32. I don't know how easy that's going to be for people to understand and like for the player to be able to visually read that on their own. And that also really depends on the level design. So I don't know if I'm going to keep it that way, but I just wanted to do it in a way where I thought it made sense, and I have the option to make it work this way. So yeah, and like again, you know, the player can't like jump up this 64 pixel tall wall, but can jump down it. And it, you know, works on the sides and stuff like that too. So I think that's pretty cool. It kind of, I thought of it, but then I was like, oh, that's like Prey. If anyone's played Prey 2017, that game is really good, and it has like kind of cool mechanics like that. I'm going to talk about some more in a second. Let's see. I need to drink more. Excuse me. Oh yeah, no super chats. I don't have it. I don't have it set up. Too lazy, and just didn't really feel like it. Is it possible to make something like a rhythm bullet hell game? Absolutely. It's kind of. I've had to work around this problem myself in Game Maker, because in Game Maker, if you're playing music, well, so you can see that the leaves moving around here and like the animation of the fire and stuff like that. If I grab this window and start dragging it, the game logic freezes whenever you move Game Maker around. However, the audio engine does not freeze whenever you do this in Game Maker. So that basically means that when playing music in your game, you have to figure out a system that can sort of restore the music to where it was if a player drags this around. Obviously, this isn't a problem with like consoles, if you're making games for consoles or whatever, but we're all indie developers here, right? So by far the smartest thing for us to do and the easiest thing is to make PC games. So yeah, you're going to have to make a system to do that, but you can. I've done it, and that's something I would totally cover in a video, especially after Starcade is out, because Starcade has has like cutscenes and things like that are timed to music. So that was something I had to figure out. Otherwise, you could very easily like crash the game. You may be able to crash the Rosa Starcross demo. I think there's a failsafe in there, but there's a cutscene in that game that is heavily timed to music. And if you just start dragging the window around during that cutscene, it'll cause problems. I think there's a failsafe because I knew about it, or I was just trying to get the demo done, and I was like, no one's really gonna do this, so yeah. But you also have to take into account things like audio streaming times. Sometimes, depending on the way you load audio into your game or whatever's happening, sometimes audio can kind of get a little bit delayed, especially whenever it plays for the first time. So that would also require a little bit of like building your system based on the track position of the song. But yeah, it's totally possible. In fact, I think a bullet hell game would be a great rhythm game, because it would also mean like your player wouldn't necessarily have to be restricted to the rhythm. Like all of the enemies and hazards could be, which could be fun. Because that's my one thing about a lot of rhythm. I say that's not true. I thought Hi-Fi Rush was awesome, and so yeah, no, I'm wrong about that. But yeah, you could totally do it. Have I tried to make a 3D game in Game Maker? Not a real one. Absolutely not. There's a YouTuber, which I'm sure a lot of you have probably seen before, Dragonite Spam, I believe. It's Dragonite something. But he's awesome. He does these ridiculously unnecessary but very cool, impressive things in Game Maker, including a lot of just like 3D stuff. So there's also, I saw recently someone was doing like, I don't know, someone did like a full first-person shooter or first-person perspective 3D game, and it was like good, like not just like a Doom-looking thing, but it was like you wouldn't know it wasn't made in Unity or something like that, right? Yeah, people can do crazy stuff, but yeah, basically Rosa Starcross functionally is a 3D game, and it is kind of a nightmare to build levels for it. So that was also another reason that I wanted to make the level editing for this really easy, because look at this. You just put down the walls, and then you go into the image editor to tell it like which direction the wall is facing. And basically it all just figures everything out on its own. Like you don't have to use creation code for anything. You don't have to use layers in weird ways or anything like that. You can see I'm very organized with my layers. Tiles, assets, instances, assets. So yeah, rocks over bridge. What is this? Is this just the bridge? Oh, it's that little bit right there. Okay. I'm enjoying talking with everyone, but I'm also stalling on starting on the water mechanics. I'm like less excited about it than I thought I would be. Prey is an underappreciated gem of a game. You are right. It is really, really good, and I was not expecting it to be nearly as good as it was whenever I finally got around to playing it. Yeah, whenever I actually start going to 3D, I'm just going to Unreal. I'm not gonna. Game Maker is amazing for 2D games, and I don't think I'm ever gonna stop making 2D games. So I'm just gonna use Game Maker for one and Unreal for the other, and that's just how it's gonna work. Better than BioShock? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I really like BioShock, and I especially really liked it when I was younger. But I think Prey is pretty underappreciated. 2017 was just a really good year for games in general. Obviously, you got like Mario and Zelda, which are amazing. But then you get like Prey, you got like Cuphead, you got like oh my god, Rain World, man. I still haven't finished Rain World, and it's like my favorite game ever. So because it's hard. I would finish it, but I've played it for a long time, and I'm not good at beating it clearly. Which next 2D platformer series is coming out first? Yeah, I think it is going to be the Mario one, because that was what the whole system was made for in the first place, and I kind of stripped out everything from that. As far as Sonic physics go, Sonic is a platformer, but Sonic is so unique and so good. Sonic is really good. I mean, like all of them. No, I do really love Sonic a lot. But especially the original Sonic games, the way that they work is so incredibly unique and so impressive. Like, it would have to be a totally ground up thing. Like, as far as like programming and stuff like that, Mario and Sonic would probably have basically absolutely nothing in common if I had to guess. Whereas like maybe Castlevania and Mario would have stuff in common. Not Sonic. Sonic is just a totally unique thing that, yeah, I honestly, it's something I would love to try and do, but I don't know how confident I would be that I could make like a Sonic engine. That would be tough, but I would love to, because it's so cool the way Sonic works. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Hollow Knight was 2017. I thought Hollow Knight was 2018. Am I wrong about that? I might be wrong about that. I think I played it in 2018, maybe. But yeah, Hollow Knight is awesome. Yeah, really good game for years. That didn't come out the right way, now did it? Ooh, you're making a Lemming style game. That's really cool. I wonder, so are you using like objects and stuff, or are you like object oriented programming, or are you like doing all of the simulation and like the drawing and stuff like that in like you're doing all of the logic in programming basically, without using objects and stuff like that? Because yeah, that would be really cool. That's something I've been interested in lately, actually. My thoughts on the game off. I have never heard of that. What is that? Someone tell me about it. It's mainly objects. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you totally could with modern computers and stuff like that. You could totally do object-oriented game like Lemmings, and it would be totally fine. But that's really cool. All right, time to get on the water. The water is nothing right now. I'm gonna go ahead and place down. Oh, I need to make an object, and it's probably. Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna be a long day, boys. Yeah. So why is this so dark? Are my eyes just broken? Yeah, I think they are. The main thing that I'm worried about with water right now, by the way, is I'm trying to figure out where the player becomes affected by water. And I'll explain what I mean in a second by that. That sounded kind of stupid on its own. No, not P. Oh. This is the speed I actually go at. You see the nice edited videos. It's actually me just being like, That's like, you have no idea how long the raw footage of those videos are. I'm telling you. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I think as far as like feel is, I would like to do something with the water that I didn't even set the parent, so I don't know why I'm duplicating. I would like to maybe like figure out, the player decides that they're in water based on like their position versus just the hitbox. I don't know. I really have no idea how I want to do this. And I think my inhibitions are because I haven't drank enough. Hold on. I have to fix that. But we're going to figure out something with water today. I swear to you that's true. Okay, and I need to set all these sprites to be different too. Okay, slope. Slope 1. Slope 2. Slope 3. Okay. And now I'm just going to start placing the water everywhere while I check back on chat again. Time for chat again. And I'm going to make a new layer for that. Just so it's nice. All right. Where are we at? Tutorials have been very useful for my learning. You're welcome. I'm glad. Okay. Oh, that's not right. I want that to be a 9 slice. To look prettier. It is like the coolest thing whenever people let me know that my tutorials are like actually helping them out and stuff like that. Because totally at first it was like, and someone asked earlier, and I was talking about this, and I don't know if I finished my thought because I'm totally scatterbrained. But I'll just let this. Someone was like, what's the best way to promote your game? And there are first of all, there's a lot of YouTubers out there who like, that's their main shtick, right? Recently I've been watching a lot of like Thomas Happ videos just because I like the guy. He does like Unity stuff. He does like tutorials and like actual paid like programs and things like that. But seems like a cool guy. And he talks a lot about like, here's how you run a successful studio. He's the guy who did Pinstripe. And he's done some other things, but I can't remember. I'm very sorry. But I remember Pinstripe from, I think that was also 2017 or maybe 2016. But he has a proper studio and he runs a studio. And while he was making Pinstripe, he kind of has like a similar story of most indie developers, which is he was a solo developer who worked on his passion project for probably way too long, which again, I'm in the same boat. Absolutely no judgment. It's just, that's just like totally what happens. And it makes sense. It makes sense for that to happen. I'm not going to discredit him or you or myself and the work that any of us have put into the games that we want to make. But him being someone with that experience, he says some interesting things. And he has an interesting perspective on making games and stuff like that. So that's the guy to check out, Thomas Happ. There's also obviously, I mean, this guy is like huge at this point. I didn't know this until recently. The developer for the Heartbound developer, Pirate Software, but Pirate Software, it's coming. I don't remember if it's mostly just one. I think it's mostly just 2 people working on Heartbound. Maybe it's just the one, but he does a lot of I guess they're like short form content, right? Like YouTube shorts and stuff like that. But he talks a lot about like, just things you shouldn't do. I don't think Heartbound's like out. So as far as getting a perspective of someone who's released an indie game, it may not be like the ideal scenario, but the guy came from AAA, I think worked at like Activision or maybe even Activision Blizzard or something like that. And he's got some interesting things to say, but he's huge, so you've probably heard of him. Which interesting thing about that, the first time I ran a Kickstarter campaign for Rose of Starcross was in the beginning of 2017. And I can't remember if it was like exactly lined up, but I think just by happenstance, that was Heartbound's Kickstarter. It basically like lined up like start day to end day was like the same exact thing. And so I talked to him a little bit during that period. That was a long time ago, obviously. But it was interesting because I hadn't really kept up with it too much. Like I think we backed each other's campaigns and stuff, but only like I think like 4 or 5 months ago did I realize how like huge of a deal he is now, and that was kind of funny whenever I found that out. But yeah, there's other people to ask about like how to make your game successful, but honestly, I think just doing something with YouTube is probably your best bet in general, right? Like all of my success, I was tempted for a second to be like, success, the fuck? You know, like, yeah, they're like, I'm here streaming and there's people here like hanging out. Like that's pretty successful, I think, for like an indie developer, right? And that's not me juicing myself up. That's just me saying like, I recognize my position as being in a place where probably a lot more people would like to be. Why is this a different color? That's what was screwing with my eyes. That is a different color. What is wrong with you? What does this look like this? What? Hold on. Hold the horses. I'm fixing this problem. Oh, this is annoying. But anyways, my point with that was, there we go. That, why does that still, what? What did I do? No. Okay, hold on. Why is everything different colors? Let's see. Take this. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm just gonna get over it. I'm just gonna get over it and not worry about it right now. Does it still look stinky? It's still a stink. What happened? It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. There's just a stink corner. I'm sorry. Every room's got one. Every house has one. Everyone's got one. It's what we choose to do with it that makes us unique. Okay. What was I talking about? Great question. More alcohol will probably help me figure it out. I'm going to read this a little bit. Three people worked on Heartbound. Okay, interesting. I assume there's like a main programmer, a main artist, and probably like a composer, right? Something like that. Was it really just a few months ago? Did I just happen to notice because that's when he got huge? The guy's got like over like 600,000 subs or something like that. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. An anomaly. What inspired you to make games? Not gonna lie, it was Undertale. Like a lot of people here. It was Undertale. I was a musician and I was in like bands and stuff, and I was writing a lot of music on my own. And I really wanted to make, once Undertale came out, I really wanted to make music for games, and I tried to get a lot of people to get me on as a composer, which, by the way, you know, I don't want to, how do I want to put this? No, I actually have no idea what I was about to say. No, I don't want to I don't want to be like blissfully ignorant of other people's struggles as far as certain art forms and things like that. But in my experience as someone who does like music and art and programming and stuff like that, Um, music was by far the hardest to like market myself to do things, right? I would like offer to do music for like free for people. Now, obviously, no one knew who I was. I didn't have any reputation. And it's not like I have much of a reputation right now as far as being like a developer and like a composer and stuff like that. But yeah, I would send people like demo tracks and stuff like that. And I would do things for free. I'd be like, hey, just tell me what you want. And I'll just like, I'll draft you up something for free and I'll just give it to you and you can just have it, you know? That was like impossible. Nobody wanted that. Which is crazy to me. So, well, I guess it could just be that a lot of people don't like my music, so that's entirely possible. But that was basically what made me decide to make my own games. Is I was like, well, I can make a really simple game. Probably, I found out that Undertale was made by one person, and that was really inspiring to me. And Undertale's a very simple game, and it's a very good game. So I was like, I bet I could probably do something kind of like that, and I could write music for it if no one's going to hire me for anything. And it basically just went through that. And now I love making games. Like, that's my favorite thing. So, like, I enjoy making games more than composing music, even though I love composing music. But the game making is my favorite thing now. A party system, yeah, absolutely. That'll be in the turn-based RPG system or series whenever that actually comes out, which will be a little while. Yeah, that was something I want to talk about too, is the future of the channel, like what's coming 2024 and 2025 and stuff like that. But yeah, let's see. What games am I into right now? And do I play my own games? Games I'm into right. Well, I'll say, do I play my own games? Yeah. I don't have a lot of games to play of my own. Sometimes I'll turn on Starcade and just play Starcade for a little bit. And I will go back every now and then and play the demo for Rosa Starcross. I do have an arcade game that was made for a game jam for Opera GX, and it's on Opera GX, called Curse of the Moondial. And I like that game a lot, actually. I do play that every now and then. It's kind of hard, though, and the controls are a little bit weird, but I really like that game, so I'll come back to the games I'm playing right now. Or at some point, I'll probably just talk about it because the only thing I ever talk about in my life is video games. I'm sorry, did you say he's at 1.5 million now? Okay, that's insane. What did he do? What kind of like genie did he find? That's actually like the most insane thing I've ever said. Yeah, you used to do that too, and you were rejected a lot of times. Yeah, man, it's crazy how often people just like don't want you to do anything for them. That's uncharitable of me to say. There's a whole bunch of reasons that anyone could, be like, nah, I'm not gonna hire you, but whatever. It's like now you said now people like pay you for your pixel art, and that's the coolest fucking thing ever. Yeah, I would say anything besides like game design itself, by far the thing I like the most is music. By far. So I agree. I gravitate towards music a lot. You're welcome, man. You're welcome, my good friend Death. Yeah, I do think I've thought about this a lot too. I do think something about just showing up and being like, "Hey, I'll do this for free," is a little suspect for some people. So I could also imagine that's like, what is this person trying to do? I don't trust them. It's sad, man, that the world is everyone's so evil and mean all the time that they think I'm trying to be evil and mean. No, I'm just trying to extort them for money. And no, hold on. No, I would extort them for money. I don't know how I'd do it, but I'd do it. They were right to not trust me. It is pretty hard to work on your game by yourself without a lot of experience in the specific fields. Like art, I enjoy doing art in a lot of ways. I especially hated doing animation at first, but once I figured out my like 3D to 2D method, I like it a lot more now. But for a really long time, I hated animation. It was the bane of my existence. It was so difficult. It is so difficult still. Like if you told me I could only 2D animate, I would throw up on stream even. Why not? Speaking of that, I'm gonna open another drink. Hold on. I'll be right back. It'll literally take like 4 seconds. Hello, I'm back. The final line of code in a USB and put it on a pigeon and release it into the wild. I have the only treats the pigeon likes, and if you want your precious final line of code, you'll give me $1 million. This one's strawberry. Yeah. Yeah, that's strawberry, all right. What am I doing? Okay. So I'm going to start down here by the water that's like right on the edge here. I've lined everything with water objects now, so I know we're good. Now, again, in something like Rose's Starcross, it's actually like 3D, so I don't have to worry about, like, I would normally put walls all over the ground here for the player to stand on, and then the player can just fall into water like it's 3D. But I don't want to have to do something that obnoxious with this game. So I either want it to be based on if the player here, like their XY coordinate, which is right here in between their feet. I think I want to do that because that feels nice and clean, but the problem becomes, let me, I'm going to make some really quick, like swimming sprites, and they're not going to actually be swimming at all. It's just going to be like this. I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to do this. Take that. So that looks like someone in water, and we're just going to pretend like it's a swimming sprite. It's just going to be a single image. And I think it makes sense for the origin to be about there. Nope, can't spell. Biggest weakness is a game dev. Spelling. It gets us all, doesn't it? Yeah, hoping to get someone to help you with code and music. Yeah, that was me early on. That was me around 2017. I was like, or around 2016, sorry. I was desperately looking for someone to help me program Rosa Starcross because I wasn't good enough at the time. And I just felt like everything was such a difficult problem to solve. And I felt like I did it in the stupidest, weirdest way possible. Man, that would be fun. In a minute, maybe I'll play the original Rosa Starcross demo and just show you guys like what that looked like, right? Oh, that would be fun. Ooh, that would be fun. Because it's not good. I don't like it very much. But it's a great example of like how far you can come, right? Because that was just like pure power of will that thing got made for my original Kickstarter. We'll go through my original Kickstarter page and everything. We'll do that later. That'll be fun. Cause yeah, and then I'll talk about like what I was going through stuff at the time. That's something I wouldn't want to draw attention to generally. Because it would be something I'd want to talk about after Rosa Starcross was out. But I have been drinking. You're welcome. Everyone that shows up and says thank you, you are welcome. Love you. Yeah, no, it's seriously the motivation I get from people being like, "Oh yeah, like you're a big reason that I can like actually make games and stuff like that." That's such a big deal to me. That feels so annoying for me to say, as far as that sounded like, I don't know, that feels self-important to say, but it just makes me feel really good. I'm happy. I'm really happy because I will say this is the non-self-important thing. Whenever you like get started, if my videos happen to be the ones that like click with you, then please go to like Sean Spalding or like Matharu or something like that, because they're way better. You know, like I know people like my style a lot because I go really slowly, but you won't need that forever. The better you get, you won't need the slow and you won't need the explaining. So I appreciate everyone who like supports and is appreciative of the videos, but the better you get, feel free to just move on. You know, like there's some really, really good people who are a lot better than I am. I think I'm a pretty good teacher, but as far as like being a good programmer, I don't know how good I am. So I would assume someone like Sean Spalding is a lot better than me in pretty much every way possible. So move on whenever you need to, but I'm very glad to help people get their foot in the door properly. That is very cool to me, and it is something that keeps me very motivated to actually making videos and stuff like that. Oh, the Rosa Starcross demo, it's on itch.io. Hold on. itch.io, whatever people want to call it. Let me see. Oh man, I haven't turned this on forever. This is kind of giving me like a little bit of what's bad nostalgia? Trauma? That's okay. That's funny. I'm gonna remember that. No, I'm not, but I'll watch this back at some point. So here we go. Look at this. This is the itch.io page for Rosa Starcross demo. And it's got a link to the Kickstarter and stuff. It's got some screenshots, whatever, trailers. But yeah, just right here. And you just type it in and download it. This is not the demo. This is not the demo. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 right here are teaser / proof of concept for certain things in the game. This one's actually an area in the game, but it's not in the demo. Same with this. Same with this. This is in the game. This is in the game, but not in the demo. This is uninteresting. What am I talking about? Yeah, if you want to play it, just go there. Sorry, I'm nervous. I don't live stream a lot. You saw a video of the Behind the Rose demo? Well, that's what we're going to play. I'm going to play that in a minute. I'm going to play that in a bit for sure. But that's cool. That's actually very interesting that you saw that. It's okay to be self-important. It is true though. You are your own advocate. Those are good words from Mana. I appreciate it a lot. That's very, very nice. Yeah, no, it's I enjoy the positivity very, very much. So thank you. But yeah, so anyways, back to water really quick, and I'm also gonna cheat and I'm just gonna not use the other directional stuff because this is prototyping, baby. Prototyping is one of those interesting things where it's very, very fun, especially the better you get at game development, because you know how to start with stuff and you know how to tackle things, and you're starting something is very, very exciting. And Swin. It's the combination of, let me explain something to all of you, okay? It's the combination of having a microphone in front of my face and not knowing my home keys. Because who does, right? Lame. I was going to call everyone mean names. What's wrong with me right now? The mic is in front of me. I have been drinking, and I am the absolute worst at spelling and not looking like an idiot whenever I just spell stuff. There's a lot of people who know this, and now you do too. You've seen it in the videos, but let's see. Okay, so I got my swim sprites set up. Again, this isn't, I don't know if this is the way that I would do this in a final project. The most important thing about, I think, making a game in general is just making something that works and functions properly, right? Like there aren't issues with it. And that it performs the way you want it to perform, right? If your game targets 60 frames per second and it hits 60 frames per second, that's good in my book, you know. Of course, it's important to note that that's very different from computer to computer. That is the worst thing about developing for PC and not just consoles. Consoles are nice, which I haven't done any development for, I'm not going to lie. But it is true that whenever you're developing for a console, you're developing for, everyone's going to have the same thing, right? Everyone has different PC specs. And if you have a nice PC, it can be difficult to tell what your performance is going to be like. But the point is, I don't know if I'm endorsing the way that I'm doing this right now because I'm just prototyping. So I don't know if this stream is a good idea to take any learning experience from, but whatever. Also, everyone here, clearly, it's been like, how long have I been streaming? I don't know, like over an hour, and I've basically done absolutely nothing. So it's not like anyone's watching this to actually learn anything, but in case you are, or in case you're watching for the pure entertainment value, don't necessarily do what I do. I don't know if it's a good idea right now. I haven't sat down and thought about it. Because also, when I'm working on my own projects, especially working on things just for fun, it's not even close to the way that I treat my tutorial stuff. Like, I treat the tutorial stuff very seriously because I'm like, ooh, it's going to be really bad if a video happens to do really well and then a bunch of people start doing my method and it's really bad, and then people are going to be mean to me on Reddit. So I got to be careful. Let me read some stuff. Yeah, if you're going slow, or yeah, about like going slow and doing things that are like appropriate to, yeah, something that clicks with you. Yeah, it is a huge deal whenever your aspirations are a lot more advanced than you currently are, and it's good to find people who can help you with that, or to realize that something's a little bit advanced, and you can put things on the back burner. I assume most people watching this are probably pretty young, like probably a little bit younger than I am, like maybe late teens, early 20s. And then I'm sure like a lot of people are like still in high school and stuff like that, because if you are in high school right now, that's really good that you are getting into learning games and stuff like that so early. That's awesome. And the thing is, your life is going to be pretty long. Let's hope, you know what I mean? So maybe don't think of like everything that you have to make as like your baby and the most important thing. I would say try and think of like your whole career as like your baby, as far as, that may sound kind of weird, but don't necessarily make your dream game, but make your dream career, right? And at some point your dream game can be like included in your dream career, but it'll help you if you recognize where you're at and try and make things at that level as you try and progress, right? Instead of trying to force your skills to meet where you want to be, right? Because I did that for a long time, and it got me a whole lot of nothing. I got better, but I could have gotten better while I was actually doing things. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Sean and Matharu have been pretty silent. You're holding the Game Maker torch right now, and your torch is very straightforward. Is that true? Well, I know that Sean has been silent because I saw something unfortunate on their channel. I think they've been through a recent loss, so that makes sense. But I didn't realize that the Matharu channel had also been pretty silent. I know that Matharu actually works with Game Maker to do stuff because I've worked with them when I did a couple videos for the Game Maker YouTube channel. I didn't know that their channel had slowed down a little bit, but either way, they have a ton of content that's all really good and still relevant as far as I'm aware. You know, it's been a while since Game Maker 2 and 2.3 came out, so I know that they both have a lot of stuff on that. So, but I do really appreciate you saying that, but that is unfortunate. Just watching the stream made me feel better on my alpha code. If your code works, it works, you know? We can improve it at a point, and you can learn things, and you can redo things, or you can try things again. But look, if it works, it works, you know? That's the important thing. You're 46? Hell yeah, dude. You actually have no idea how happy that makes me. That's awesome. Oh my God. It's easy whenever you're like on YouTube and you make things for YouTube that you assume that most people who watch your videos are very, very young. So that makes me very happy to have like an actual range of people hanging out and paying attention. That is very, very cool to me. I need to play the early Fallout games, by the way. You mentioning that. I would love to play Fallout 1 and 2. Play a little bit of 3, a little bit of 4, a little bit of Skyrim. And I never finished any of them. Not that I didn't enjoy them, but something happened where eventually I'd be like, okay, I think I'm done. But I think playing the first 2 Fallouts would be really, really cool. Ooh, yeah, this is... Yeah, I'm not being organized, but I don't care. Oh, you know what? Let me talk about one more thing. Because you're going to see a bunch of code for stuff. So another cool thing that I thought of, which I feel like is also sort of part of the thing for, you know, the prey type stuff, right? So every wall, and you guys will appreciate this. So every wall in the game, including the invisible walls and like these walls that you can jump over and stuff like that, have a weight assigned to them. And so the player has a weight stat in which they can actually push any wall object. They don't have to be a specific like pushable object with a parent. The logic is built into every single wall. And so like this is just a wall, but the player can push it. It looks a little janky right now because I just wanted to get the idea down. But so there's nothing special about it. It is just a wall. That's it. And the player can push it. And so like that, I think that would be a really cool like stat to have in a game, as almost like a Zelda type ability where, or again, Prey. I did a couple of these things and I realized I was probably thinking about Prey whenever I made these things. Cause it's been a while since I played it, but it did have a pretty big impact on me when I did. So like even this tree, like I have it set to where the player's strength level, or in that game, it would be called leverage, which I think makes a lot more sense. The leverage level is like higher than this tree's is, but you know, there's like this big rock over here that the player can't push and stuff like that. And then there's also the walls where the player like is allowed to jump down and up, which again, which also all of these walls have like a specific direction the player can jump through. And if it's a wall like this, or it's like the big stone over here, they have like a facing direction as well. You know, there's like a 0 for right, 1, 2, 3 going counterclockwise for up, left, and down, but it's -1 for any object that the player shouldn't be able to like jump over. And so the logic is sort of built into all of the walls for all of the properties and stuff like that. And I thought that would be cool. Now in a game like Prey, it tells you that you can move certain things whenever you have enough strength or whatever. But I think it would be kind of cool if you were playing a game like this and all of a sudden you got an upgrade and you just realize that like, oh my God, I can push these things now. Like I can push trees now. Um, I just think that's infinitely cooler because, if it were more like a Metroidvania kind of progression where certain abilities would gate you from going places, or Zelda and Metroid are very similar to each other. And if you had a system like that, I think the best time that I can have with a Metroidvania is whenever an ability is not something that's heavily telegraphed. Like, for example, like a grappling ability, you'll see like grapple points everywhere and you're like, okay, that's clearly some kind of ability. I think it's way cooler whenever you get an ability and you're like, oh man, okay, what? Like I didn't even know where I can use this because it was something so inconspicuous, right? Like right now I can't jump up the 64 height walls, but it could be an upgrade, or it could be something like this, which again, prototype, but like a warp ability that works in like a certain radius, right? So if overlapping a wall, the player turns like red, but if not, then the player can just like warp over here, right? And so that kind of bypasses any need for the being able to jump up certain walls. But it's interesting because it also works like, you can imagine if the radius was like shorter, the player wouldn't be able to get up this wall, but they could from the side, which is weird, but I think that's cool. And I also had an idea like, if it was like a Dark Souls style bonfire resting sort of thing, like maybe you could only do like one warp at a time, and it was basically just a progression thing. And so you'd have to strategically use it, and it wouldn't like nullify the usefulness of the jumping up ability once you got the warping ability. But that's the whole fun of prototyping, is you can just do a bunch of ideas and stuff like that and see how well they work. But yeah, I think abilities are the funnest whenever you don't know, because you remember like the first time a lot of people played A Link to the Past or Super Metroid, all those items are brand new and stuff like that. And a lot of games that have been inspired by Super Metroid or A Link to the Past or whatever copy them like relatively pretty close. I think I want to say Axiom Verge. I haven't finished the second one. I've only played like 30 minutes of it, but I'd really like to play more. Axiom Verge did a really good job of having unique power-ups that weren't telegraphed, where you'd get a new ability and you'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool. It's such a new weird ability that like I can't just immediately think of where I would want to use it. I need to go back and explore to figure out where I want to use it. So I like that feeling a lot. And I feel like a lot of games don't necessarily have that, because it'll just be like, I'm going to do the stuff that Zelda did or Metroid did, which is also cool because I love those games. I recently played Blossom Tales, which was a very fun little game to play. I enjoyed playing that, and I got the second one. I haven't played it much, but I got it recently, and I'm probably gonna play a little bit of that later. I don't know. But anyways, so that's some of the programming you'll see. That's why the player probably looks more complex than you assumed that they were. But anyways, time to finally work on the water. Let's see. Final Fantasy 1 through 3 were done by like basically a single non-Japanese programmer. That's incredibly interesting to me. That's very interesting. I need to look into that later. Look up some stuff on that. That's cool. And also I forgot to read. Yeah, that it's buggy and clunky code. Yeah, that's great. Menu tutorials, awesome. Yeah, case statements are one of those things that it's funny because whenever you're first learning programming, it almost seems, or you understand what the purpose of them is, right? But it's very interesting once you realize that there is something in programming that exists to simplify something you could have done with just if statements all the time, right? So, yeah, that's really cool. But love having you here, man. That's awesome. So Sokoban like. I need to check out Sokoban then. But yeah, no, I figured it could be usable for like cool puzzles, and yeah, again, just like exploration stuff where like, oh, there were trees blocking my way earlier, but like I don't know why I would have thought that I could have moved trees around at some point. Am I working on Rosa Starcross? Kind of. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that for a minute actually. Okay, yeah, that's super interesting to me about the Final Fantasy thing. Nasir Gabelli. Don't know if I said that right, but I have like a stream notes thing opened because I figured someone would say interesting things that I needed to look up at some point, and I'm just gonna add that really quick. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that is very interesting to me. The music is done already. Okay. It's been done for like an hour, brother. Okay, here we go. I don't know. Do you guys want the music or not? Let me know. Is it too loud? No, wait. Oh, it's been doing the playlist. I'm gonna just go back to the beginning. Yeah, let me know if the music is too loud or it's annoying or something like that. Music is too loud. Want to make a tutorial on how to make bosses? Yep, absolutely. Let me turn this down a little bit. That music's good? Okay. I'll leave it about where it was. Tutorial on how to make bosses? Totally. It just depends, right? Like every kind of game is different. So the way you'd make a boss in one kind of game is totally different. But that will be included in the turn-based RPG series. And it will definitely be included, especially whenever I eventually get around to doing the platformer series that is more like Metroidvania or action platformer. Like Starcade or something like that. Because most of Starcade is like bosses and stuff like that. Any more specific Game Maker tutorials in the future? I assume you mean like single subject type stuff. Single subject like some of my RPG follow-up videos were, or like music or sound effects or something like that. Maybe. It just depends if I think if there's something that's like ubiquitous enough to be beneficial for most games. But otherwise, it's mostly series on the horizon, I think. You got the Rosa Starcross soundtrack on your Walkman? That is sick. That's awesome. That is the coolest vibe, man. You do the Rosa Starcross soundtrack for studying? That's awesome. How long have I been using Game Maker? Good question. That's not something I think about a lot. I started learning in 2016 at some point. So about I don't know if it was early 2016. I think it was. So I would say since I started learning, probably about 8 years. Does Starcade relate to the Rosa Starcross demo at all? Yeah. Yes, it does. Obviously not going to say too much more about it, but that was what I mentioned that earlier. Something about explaining what I was doing and things like that. Someone asked, are you working on Rosa Starcross? Yes. Currently, all of the work that is on Rosa Starcross is kind of being done through Starcade. And that'll make way more sense once the game is actually out. I don't want to talk about it too much because I think it'll be fun for people to play and stuff. But I'll talk about Starcade a lot once it's actually out. I'm more interested in doing like post-mortem stuff than like devlogs and things like that. Thank you for hanging out, Mana. Yeah, also thank you for telling me about the Final Fantasy thing. That is very interesting. But yeah, have a great day. You did the art on Twitter. I like that art a lot. I really like that a lot. Yeah, that made my day whenever I saw that. That was some of the coolest fan art I've seen. Not that I've seen like a lot, but I mean, yeah, I loved that. That was awesome. Excellent work on that. Someone who watched the top-down shooter series. I even forget that I made that. Yeah, that's awesome. I knew that. I feel like that was probably something that not a lot of like bigger YouTubers as far as Game Maker stuff went covered. So I thought that would be a fun thing to do, especially because paradoxically, action games are actually a lot easier to make than like turn-based RPGs and stuff like that, which is what most people want. Again, understandably, because that's what I wanted to do for a really long time and still want to do. So yeah, more art. Well, post it at your own leisure, but I basically don't do Twitter like at all. Like the day that I saw your art was so lucky for me because I never go on Twitter. So if you ever do anything else, feel free to like message me on Discord or something like that, because I would love to see it. It was really, really good. Does Game Maker have ways to do dynamic lighting? The answer you're looking for is no. Game Maker is a programming game engine, so you can pretty much do anything in Game Maker that you think of if you're really good at programming. But no, there is not built-in systems for like dynamic lighting, like shadows that are cast in real time and things like that. But I think there are tutorials for that kind of stuff. Okay. I basically have my player states just broken up into a couple things. There's one that I call the control state. Oh, man, I don't want to explain all this. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I've been experimenting recently. I would hope that someone here has heard of Matthew Matosis, the YouTuber. Excellent YouTuber. And a while ago, he stepped away from YouTube to start working on his own game development and stuff like that. And he's done a couple devlogs and stuff like that. And like one of my favorite. The point is he's a big deal to me. So when he started working on his own game, I was very excited. And he does some devlogs, and a couple things in those devlogs sort of made me like reconsider methods that I could do things. And there was something that he did that he kind of called data-driven states, which is like, and again, I'm not a great programmer, right? So I'm not going to pretend like this is a thing that this person invented or anything like that. And he didn't either. So I'm not going to pretend like that. But it was something that really interested me in like the way of programming games. And it was basically like taking certain properties and assigning them to states with like variables and things like that, to put it very simply. At least that was my takeaway from it. I could be totally wrong with that. My takeaway could be incorrect, but I thought that was really cool. And so, past year and a half, maybe 2 years, don't know. I've kind of changed the way I do things, and that's reflected a lot in the platformer series. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on here. It's the last time I'll say it too. It's a prototype, all right? So who knows? Okay. How do I want to do this? I think it's clear that I'm not going to be making any progress in this, which is fine because I mostly wanted to hang out. I just needed something to do. But I kind of want to at least get started on the water. So like I said, there's 3 ways that we could figure this out. So let's take our... I'm going to do something real quick just to show... This is me going exactly against what I said, which is I'm just going to work and I'm not going to walk through things. But I think this is interesting. So this is not the actual hitbox of the player, but let's just pretend like it is, right? Just for the sake of visuals. I could do it like this, where the player isn't touching anything right now. There's not like ground, you know. It's just nothing, right? You know, there's 3 ways we could do this, which is the moment the player touches the water, so like that, the player is now touching the water. Does the player display the, you know, like water sprite or whatever, if they're allowed to swim? And then we could also take it to where this is about the origin point between the feet right here. We could do it dependent on the origin point. I think that would feel really good as far as walking off of the land into the water. But the problem is that suddenly this is what happens. The player will like go into the water and the player will have like a swimming sprite that like overlaps the land, right? Like that might feel kind of weird. And then the last thing, which is kind of the most tempting, but I don't think it's what I want, is if the player's full hitbox is encompassed by the water, then the player, you know, recognizes that they're in the water, but that does mean that the player could technically be right here, this far over the water, that far over the water, and they wouldn't be in there. So the main thing about I think what would be like ideal is falling in the water based on the center feet position, the origin point, which would be like right around here. That feels pretty good, which means like around here the player would still be standing, which that feels good too. But because of the way hitboxes work and stuff like that, I think, again, or like I said, you'll get this, right? We basically probably need to come up with a way where when transitioning from water to ground or ground to water, the player probably needs to be able to like snap forward by a certain amount. And the problem is you can't just snap the player forwards, right? Because, yeah, say right here, we're getting the player to like step into the water in here. If our logic is just that the player needs to snap downwards, then there's nowhere to snap down, you know? So it would need to be able to like intelligently figure out like which direction the player was going and also which direction makes the most sense to like snap the player to be like right here instead. And getting out of the water would probably work opposite, where getting out of the water would mean the second that your hitbox is no longer in the water, that the player would snap back here and to this sprite right here. So I do think that's the order of operations there. It's like the opposite, right? So falling into the water, the detection is based on the center of the feet, and then it moves the player into the water with the fully encompassed hitbox like this. And then the opposite is true. When getting out of the water, if you step here, then the player should snap back to the middle position. So debating whether it's better to make the game in 2D front view instead, more like Hollow Knight kind of, as a first full game. I need to go back and read what you were saying about that because that's interesting. oh, like adapting the top-down shooter into like a proper 2D shooter. You totally could do that. Basically, all you need to do is just add gravity and make sprites that look proper in that view. Either way, it'll be good. If you did that kind of thing, like 2D side-scrolling view with the top-down shooter logic, it would basically just be like like Cuphead or like Contra or something like that. So, it may be easier. Yeah, the player having like a jump into the water animation. That is true because it would be necessary for walls like this, which honestly, probably most of the time in this kind of Zelda-y sort of game, it probably would make more sense to line pretty much every wall with this sort of rock wall. Yeah, I think... Yep, I'm going to think about that for a minute, but that sounds really good to me. Yeah, because that pretty much would just be a Link to the Past. Yo, Nixionic, how you doing? The progenitor of the supporter. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, the palette looks good. Yeah, thank you. I cheated. I knew I just wanted it to look nice, so I just did the bisexual lighting. If you learn aberration on the piano, let me know because I would love to hear it. Yeah, I really am thinking that the Link to the Past method of just like flipping in and out of the water probably makes the most sense. I feel a little dumb for not just immediately thinking of it, but you're right. I think you're right about that. Because this is more of a Rosa Starcross kind of thing, like being able to walk right into the water and stuff like that. So... yeah, because I'm thinking if walls were to be set up this way in this Zelda-type game, would there ever really be a chance where this sort of water is the case, or would it have? Yeah. Okay. I think that really is it. Which also just makes the job a billion times easier because I already have the logic for the jumping and stuff like that. It would be the same. It would basically just add checks for stuff. So let me see if I can obviously do it right here. Now, one thing about it is I don't have the logic set up for like diagonal walls, which would be something I would like because it kind of gets a little sterile looking whenever everything is at these 90-degree angles like this right here and this, but it's not too bad. This is more of like a Link's Awakening sort of scenario, like a Game Boy game sort of thing, but I think for now, maybe yes. I think I just kind of jumped the gun on like the visuals that I decided to do. That means I probably could have set up the tile set smarter than I actually did, but... okay, let's see. Where is it? So look, I haven't put a single thing in a folder. I haven't even gotten rid of the original folders. This is how excited I get whenever I want to prototype something for fun. Just absolutely no organization. Okay. Let's see. I put all this stuff here, but I don't know how necessary it's going to be again. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna grab all this stuff. Maybe put it like right here. And then just do that. I believe that means that I should be able to... This is an ugly little pixel. What are you doing here? I believe that means I should be able to make the ground now, right? Let's see. No, where did I put it? It's got to go over here, right? What? What's happening? That'll work fine. This'll do it. Right, everybody? I just need to set something up to where I can also test, like, going downwards. Dude, what am I doing? This is what I'm doing. This is the effects of the soju. Unfortunately. I've paid the price of the alcohol. Oops. Yeah, okay. In a minute, we definitely need to, will this work right here? Yes, it will! Thank you, past Peyton. Yeah, we're definitely going to do the behind the rows demo in a bit. And by in a bit, I mean like pretty soon, because I'm thinking about it now, and I feel like that's very useful for people to see. Okay, this is enough. And I'm just gonna go over here and paint out all these tiles. There we go. So yeah, just have everything be at least this. And as far as I can test 2 directions, I think that's enough, because the logic is already there for everything else. So I'm gonna get rid of you, or put you like up here. The logic is there for everything else, so I should be able to test that. Basically, yeah, I like having those 45-degree angles, but I want this to be simple. Also, I didn't say it, but thank you for who just said just use the same logic as jumping over the walls, because I like that. Okay. So one thing that I can do easily first, excuse me, there we go. What the fuck? First thing I can do is, so at the very top here, just because I feel like this is the most important stuff for the prototyping, is like the special abilities, right? Like there's the jump up walls, which was, you know, how high you could jump up walls, the strength or leverage thing I was talking about, and whether or not the warp ability is on there. And I'm going to say swimming, maybe not swimming. I'm going to say swim ability. Give me 25 minutes now to look at every letter of that and see if I spelled it right. I'll trust it. That's okay. Swim ability 1 or true, right? So we say we have the swim ability, or no, we want to test first. We want to say we don't have the swim ability, and if not, then that means we'll treat the jumping over these walls like normal, because as the game is right now, if I were to run it, the player doesn't have any interaction with the water, right? Pardon me. Doesn't have any interaction with the water, so the player should be able to just jump down and jump over this thing. Which, by the way, this controller that I have, what? Oh, that's right. There's a weird wall that I have right here for testing reasons. Okay. Oh. At the moment, this won't work. And that's because... Okay. I can't explain that later. Something tells me I'll absolutely forget to do that, but you know what I mean? Okay, hold on. Here we go. Need to catch up with chat in a second. But I'm focused, baby. I'm deving. Excuse me. Excuse me for doing my job. Okay. Yeah, I'm realizing something right now, but I don't think it's that much of a problem. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. So anyways, like I was saying, jumping up and down this is already handled because the player doesn't have any interactions with the water. So all I have to do is whenever like the player is looking for their target position is just check if there's water in the way and if the player can't swim in the water, right? So we'll have to jump down. Okay, so there's some logic here that has to do with figuring out the height of the wall that we're trying to jump over, if the player is allowed to. And okay, so here's where we get the checking position. This basically is like a pixel precise jump over the wall, right? Whenever we jump over the wall, we land where our hitbox is like literally pressed right up against the side of it. So like we'd jump over and this is exactly where it would be. And we also check for stuff like walls in the way. So where we check for walls in the way is where we could also check for water, right? Okay, so here we're checking for if there is a different wall in the way that is not the wall we're trying to jump over. So we can say if we're not looking for a solid wall there, and we could also check for this. We could say, what did I call it? Swimmability. We could say, and hold on. I need to think about this for a moment. Let me look at chat. Let me catch up. Oh, okay. I'm sad I didn't catch up on chat earlier. You're on vacation in Japan with your girlfriend who is now your fiance because you proposed there. That is amazing. Congratulations. Oh, that's awesome. That is so cool. Absolutely congrats. That is the coolest thing. I love that, man. Hey, and thank you so much for just like being around forever, right? Like you've been around for a long time, so I massively appreciate that. Also, what have you guys been doing like in Japan, right? Like tell me about I would love to go to Japan. That would be very, very cool. So yeah, like let us know what all you're doing and stuff like that and how everything's going. Ah, theories in the chat. I like that. I can't comment on theories, but I like them. What do I think of Godot? I'm very interested in trying it out, actually. It's still like relatively new, and that's not me saying that it's underdeveloped. That's just me saying that because it's relatively new, and I've been using Game Maker since about 2016, I haven't had a lot of reason or time to check it out properly. But I know that, so when I was learning Game Maker, there's a creator, Heartbeast, which if you look into Godot, you probably know about Heartbeast. He used to do a bunch of stuff for Game Maker, and I learned a lot of my initial programming from him. And I've noticed that he's pretty much entirely moved to Godot, so that's very interesting to me. And it looks cool. It looks like Godot actually has like genuine 3D stuff, which is really cool to me. I've heard that I think Godot is moving on with like figuring out like console ports and things like that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not super well educated on it, so don't take my word as gospel on that. But I'm really interested in seeing what they do, because the main reason that other stuff is more attractive to me, like Unreal Engine or whatever, is because they have a long history of partnerships with consoles and things like that. And I really like consoles. So, yeah, very interested. Yeah, I used to watch Heartbeast tutorials all the time. Very, very, very nostalgic for me to hear the intro, everything. Sightseeing and just enjoying time away from work. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, no, seriously, enjoy it. That's amazing. 3D scares me. It's like it's popping up right at you. You don't want 3D streams. No, I'm so interested in 3D. If it wasn't clear, because Rosa Starcross obviously has so much 3D stuff in it, like, it would have made more sense for me to do that in 3D probably, but I didn't know that. And now here I am. Do I have an email for business? Great question. No, it would be rude. It would kind of be an asshole thing for me to say yes, because the email that I technically have for business is an email that I don't check. No, there's an email. It's just peytonburnhamdev@gmail.com. And that one is a little bit more properly curated for professional and business inquiries and such. So yeah, if you have anything pressing to say to me, that would be a good place to do it. But to be honest with you, just messaging me on Discord is probably the best way to do it. And you could probably find that in pretty much any of the descriptions of any of my videos. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what 2D games are actually made in Unreal. Because yeah, it really seems like overkill, doesn't it? It's such an amazing engine for 3D, but the idea of making a 2D game in Unreal really does feel completely unnecessary. Unless, of course, like you're only comfortable with Unreal, in which case it's understandable. But as far as just straight up 2D goes, the Game Maker is just amazing. What am I using to play music for? I'm just on YouTube. Hold on, here we go. Right here, just the Rosa Starcross demo, which the beginning of it has like the full. I guess you could technically call it an EP because it's around like 20 minutes, but all the songs kind of flow into one another. So there's the big video with the Rosa Starcross demo, and then each song is broken up individually. Does this include the 10-minute version of Aberration? No, it doesn't, which is probably good because on stream that would probably be very abrasive to hear that song for 10 minutes straight. But yeah, just the old Rosa Starcross demo. Let's see, there we go. We're about to get to the heavy stuff in the demo, so maybe I kind of want to reset it. I don't know. I'll just let it keep going. No, I'm going to forget, so I'm just going to restart it. Sorry. So, there we go. Man, I cannot wait. There's a lot of music that's been done for Starcade, but I've basically been saving it for the end, where like I do my big sit down where all I'm focusing on is music with like my guitars and all of my music setup and stuff like that. And oh man, I'm getting so close to that point, so I'm really, really excited about that. Octopath Traveler has an amazing aesthetic, and yeah, that's like, it's clearly a 3D game, but it uses 2D art, and I would be interested in making a game like that. I think that would be fun to do. So that would be a really good, I think, cool use of like Unreal Engine while using 2D, you know? Like that would be really cool. Thank you for stopping by, William. Appreciate it. Again, love the art. Big fan. I have it saved on my desktop right now just because I think it's really cool. So, yeah. Have a good day. But let's see here. Okay. You know what? Do I want to keep working on this? Do I want to keep like pretending like I've been doing work on this? I do. You know what? Yeah. I got like a really good someone like coming in and being like, just do the Link to the Past thing. That's good. I'm gonna finish out this little check really quick and get that working. But after that, I might take a short break, go to the bathroom, and then I kind of want to go to the old Behind the Rose Kickstarter. I think that would be cool. Okay, what was I saying? So if there's not a wall in the way, and the initial idea is if there's not, well, I can just copy this. And there's not water in the way. And yeah, the way we bypass that is either there's not water in the way, or we can say if our, what was this called again? Swimmability? Or if we have the swimmability, right? Because if we have the swimmability, we don't need to do the water check. So currently we don't have the swimmability. So if my drunken mind is correct, then yeah, our player can't jump over this anymore into the water because we don't have swimmability. But now that I think about it, is that actually what we want? Or do you want to do a Link to the Past thing where like you can still jump in the water, but just you like drown for a second and then pop back up? I guess the easier thing for the prototype is, again, for a prototype, it's like functionally the exact same if the player just can't jump into the water, right? I guess maybe there's like not a health penalty to it, but okay, so that's fine. And then if I just say we do have our swimming ability, then we should be able to jump down. Okay, easy. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend like that was a big deal and that wasn't like 1 second worth of work. This is a horrible place for that rock to be. You go up here. Okay. You know, I think I think that's all the work I'm gonna pretend to do. It would be much easier to play a video game right now than to make one. So okay, hold on, I'm gonna catch up on chat for a second, then I'm gonna use the bathroom. That's interesting. The way I streamed is just like Pirate Software. I'm very interested in, because I don't watch a lot of his actual streams. I just see like the YouTube shorts every now and then and stuff like that. But that's interesting. Now I just need 1.5 million subscribers. That'll be the next celebration stream that we do. What is that? Literally 100 times as many? That sounds so shitty. It sounds like I'm complaining. No, what? That's not. No, stop it. Stop it, babe. You're driving everyone you love away. Okay. Thank you, Solar Frost. I'm very glad it's helping you out. Oh, Strider 2. I have never played Strider 2. I think I have the first Strider. I think I found it recently at like I say recently, probably past 5 years at like a retro place. And I need to play through Strider. I really do. But yeah, like big 2D sprites with low poly 3D backgrounds. I like that a lot. That is a really good look. I love Symphony of the Night, the way that like certain rooms kind of combine the two. A lot of Symphony of the Night is just 2D, but like whenever the 3D rooms show up, that's super cool. Yeah, my God. Getting to the 100K play button. Almost there, fellas. He's working on Heartbound slowly, but sometimes does work and gets distracted. I mean, it is, he's clearly like he's figured out his career, right? Like, and figured out YouTube streaming and stuff like that. And I know that like a lot of his advice is based on like basically just how to support yourself as an independent developer. But yeah, it's not easy to like stream and interact while working. Whenever you work, you have to like lock in. And I say that it's not like you got to lock in or you're not going to work. No, it's just like naturally, you guys know this, or maybe you don't, but like you don't know it, but you're doing it, which is like once you start working, like sometimes an hour just vanishes, right? Like that's what working is like locking in and stuff like that. And you can't do that whenever you're like talking to someone, like in the same way that you can't do that while you're streaming. You couldn't do that if someone just showed up in your room and was just sitting there trying to talk to you the whole time while you were trying to get work done. Like, I think that's another reason why I've never been super interested in the dev live stream stuff, where like I'm having a lot of fun right now, but I was planning to have fun, right? Only have fun when you plan to. No, I didn't expect to get anything like done today on this prototype. And again, it's just a prototype. I don't care about this project. So yeah, it's very different than if you were trying to actually develop your game. So yeah, I imagine that's quite difficult. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now it's like 5,000 to 6,000 people. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I would assume pretty much all of the work is done off stream, where the stream is just like part of the job, right? I say part of the job. Like I would love to stream, like 4 or 5 times, like every week or whatever. Like I feel like that would be really fun. So like I'm sure he really enjoys it, but like as far as like clearly his success goes, it's like that's where a lot of it is, right? So it's part of the job, even if he enjoys it, where I assume most of his work is actually just done on a personal level in the hermit mode. Exactly. Mockingbird Blue, that's cool as hell. Glad to have been of service. That's awesome. Yeah, I can't. It's very hard to work while you're trying to talk to people. This stream has been sitting around like 20 to 25 people pretty much the whole time, in an active chat, which is very cool. I've done a lot of streaming before with, like 0 viewer type things. So I was half expecting that to be the case. And so I'm having like a lot of fun right now. But I wasn't expecting as many people to be actually engaging. So like, yeah, that is the difference. Like, it's the difference whenever people are actually like hanging out and engaging and stuff like that. I know 20 people is great. I know. Like, there were a couple of years where me and my sister were like streaming pretty much every single week for fun, and obviously it was just us hanging out. Like, we didn't have a lot of viewers or anything like that. So, yeah, like this is really fun. But again, I understand how difficult it could be if this was like your career to stream and work at the same time. It's got to be like a crazy skill where like one eye is on that monitor and one eye is on that one. You're just like locked in while also being likable and approachable. Oh yeah, yeah. Working in the living room, yeah, it's that's really funny, ultra cosmic. But no, I've been there before. Luckily, I'm in a situation right now where I can be in like one room and pretty separated for the most part from anyone else. But there's been plenty of times before where it was like common room type stuff, and yeah, it's difficult. It's hard. Yeah, I agree. It is really nice to be in the smaller streams with people in chat, which again, it's, people, I don't know, anyone who's tried to stream probably knows this, but like the barrier from getting from like 1 to 2 people to like we are right now, like 20 people, is a pretty huge barrier, right? Like this stream is a celebration of like 15,000 subscribers, but I absolutely remember how huge of a deal it was to see like 500. I was like, and to that extent, like see like 200 or whatever, like, and then every time it's just as surprising as the next time. Yeah, like it's a big leap in between each thing. It's not easy. Some people luck out a little bit on it, but I think most people realize, that like getting to like the next number of tens is a pretty big deal, right? So like, yeah, I mean, I think it's very fun whenever you're in like the small streams and it's like 20 to like 40 people, because that's like a super sweet spot where like the guy streaming doesn't miss any messages or anything like that, but there's enough people like hanging out. It's cool. It's cool. Like this has been so fun. Oh yeah, too lazy to move your PC. Yeah, I totally get that. Again, I'm lucky to have like this one room with stuff, but yeah, no. I've also been thinking about getting like a laptop recently to where I could just like do stuff in bed, like, but I used to have a big problem with that. I think a lot of devs used to have a problem with that kind of stuff. But you know what? I'm not working anymore. Hold on. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Hold on. Watch this. Oh, well, now I think about it, it'll just go back to the other music. It won't keep the music going. And it's not even a BRB screen. It's a starting soon screen. So you know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do that. And we're going to sit here for a minute. And then I'll be back in like 30 seconds. And I think I'm going to go and try and find the Behind the Rose demo. And then while I play that, I can just stream of consciousness talk. All right? How's that sound, everybody? Okay, be right back. I'm back. Don't touch that tile. Who here remembers dials on TVs? Am I right? Hold on. Okay. Oh, I can turn this back on. Okay. Did anyone wish me a good piss? Okay. I'm a little disappointed, but that's okay. Oh, there's more chat to catch up on. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, see you, Nixionic. I definitely missed you. You're probably out, but yeah, absolutely appreciate you. Oh, I got a happy piss break. Thank you so much. All right, the real goat. Hey, have a great time on your vacation. Love you, bud. How does GameMaker handle making a version playable on Switch? Great question. I have not developed for it yet myself, but I imagine it's very easy. GameMaker basically just has exports. Now, there are things where like a console is going to be different than Windows architecture, which means that there are probably certain things, I imagine, especially when it comes to shaders and stuff like that. It may work a little bit differently, but I imagine for most like pixel art games that are pretty simple. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Excuse me. I imagine an amazing mustache. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I imagine it's probably not going to be too difficult to port most games, like probably big deal games. Like I imagine I might run into some problems with Rose of Starcross when the time comes, but I've been ready to deal with them for a while. So I imagine most games probably aren't going to have too much of an issue. But I can't speak from firsthand experience yet. Whenever I do eventually start working on consoles and stuff like that, that'll definitely be like a post-mortem thing that you see from me, because I think that's a really important thing for people to hear about. Yeah, saving and loading is a big deal, especially when it comes to like moving between rooms. Like, yeah, it's very helpful stuff. So I'm glad that that helped you out. Yeah, the like two laptops I have are like at least 15 years old, basically. Okay. Here we freaking go, everybody. First of all, just to update everyone on the alcohol situation. I really like soju. I don't drink much, but I really like soju a lot. And I normally get the, what is this brand called? No, this is the wrong brand. Hold on. Where did it go? The Good Friends brand is what I normally get. And I feel like it's probably like the most popular of the soju brands. If you don't know, soju is apple wine. Korean-made apple wine. And for the first time, I'm trying Hanjan. That's it. That's the story. Okay, no, but I've had the peach Good Friends soju a million times, and this is the peach Hanjan kind. So you hear that? You smell that? It's pretty good. All right. Let's go find something interesting to do. Like I said, the Behind the Rose demo. All right. I don't think this is going to be noisy, but it will be funny to watch. I have a standing desk because I'm kind of like a millionaire. So I'm now going to very slowly lower my standing desk so I can sit in my chair to play a video game. I hope this isn't like loud as shit. Like you can't even hear me over like the it's doing. Here we go. I'll just track it like nothing's happening. It's good. Strength training on my squats. Okay. All right. Here we go, baby. Not loud? Excellent. I kind of assume it would be because like I have one of those like mic arms that are just attached directly to the actual chair. The pin at leg reveal. Ask me after a few more sojus. You know what I mean? I give soju vibes. Are you saying I'm an alcoholic? No. Okay. Hold on. Oh, I should probably have some water too. Be a good role model, right? Let's see. Okay. I have my browser pulled up on the other thing. Let's go through it while we listen to music, right? Hold on. I used the same Kickstarter account to do the Rosa Starcross Kickstarter as I did with the Behind the Rose Kickstarter, because I figured it would be cool for people to eventually, once Rosa Starcross comes out, if people are interested in it and they go back and look at the Kickstarter for fun, I figured it would be really cool for them to like click on my profile and see the original Kickstarter, and that one, it failed, which is interesting. But yeah, let me well, let's go through the okay. I don't know how many people here have actually looked at the Rosa Starcross stuff, because I think it's very fair to assume that most people there we go. That most people are from the tutorials and stuff, right? So I know everyone knows about it because I talk about it a lot at the end screens and things like that. But yeah, I just want to go through this really quick just so we can see like the comparison of of what Behind the Rose looked like versus Rosa Starcross. And I'm going to go very, very quickly through this. A side thing, these are man, this is the kind of stuff that like I would have preferred to say for like a post-mortem, and I will. It's not like I'm going to say anything of like actual substance here, but yeah, so this is going to be light. I'm going to go over this pretty fast. But one thing I do want to say, especially for developers who haven't made any games or like commercial games or anything like that, it's nice that we live in a time where I think YouTube is a pretty good alternative to getting advertisement for your indie game, right? My initial Kickstarter was in 2017, which I could be very wrong about this. I know that there are people doing things, and you can always be smarter about the way you market stuff, but in my eyes, 2017 was the best way to market my game, was to just be on Kickstarter, right? Which isn't untrue. Being on Kickstarter is a big deal as far as just getting random people to see it, because I don't know if this is the case as much anymore, especially because there's been more Kickstarters that have notoriously failed and burned these days. But I want to say around 2017, it wasn't wrong to assume that like that there are more people probably that would just go on Kickstarter to like look at stuff and look at upcoming games. So if you're starting at zero, which most people have to, then Kickstarter is not a bad way to just like get something out there, right? So this is the successful Kickstarter from 2020, which was branded as Rosa Starcross. Got some basic information of the game, just gameplay clips and stuff like that. It had some links to some music, all that kind of stuff, and a demo, right? Which I think a demo is pretty important if you want to do crowdfunding and stuff like that. But the point I'm getting at is crowdfunding is great, and it works as, and yeah, this is the concept part. This is what I was talking about whenever we looked at the itch.io page a while ago. But oh man, this is a little bit nostalgic. Wait, where's the part where I say it'll take 2 years? It's got to be under risks and challenges, right? Should take about 2 or more years. Well, 2. No. It didn't say 2 or more. It just says 2 more. Yep, that is incorrect. But anyways, my point being, if you're trying to get people to see your game, something like a crowdfunding site, especially like Kickstarter, where Kickstarter has like built-in confirmation whenever you pledge to something. Kickstarter will tell you and will ask you to check mark a box that's like, look, you're supporting something creative, so know that we, Kickstarter, and the creator are not responsible for actually delivering on anything they promise. Which means Kickstarter is a good place to get people to see your game. That wasn't my idea. That wasn't the intent, and that isn't the intent. But basically, it's not a bad way to get people to see things. But I do think that nowadays, YouTube is pretty great for that sort of thing. Especially if you want to do things like devlogs. People love devlogs. I love devlogs. I have a weird relationship with devlogs, and I think a lot of people probably do, which is like I don't want to do them myself because I don't want to spoil anything. And if it's a game I'm looking forward to, I don't want to watch devlogs because I don't want them to spoil me on anything, obviously. But I have been very like having fun recently with finding devlogs for games that I'm not particularly interested, but I get to watch the devlogs and I get to watch people work things out and all that kind of stuff. And people love that kind of stuff. Like devlogs by themselves are great. You don't even have to do things like tutorials like I do, but tutorials are great. Like this is once again a 15,000 subscriber like sort of celebration stream or whatever. And here's the thing, right? If you were better than me at treating your YouTube fairly, then you would probably, like, if you had the same content that I have, but you were more attentive to YouTube, then you would probably have more than 15,000 subscribers at this time, right? Like, it's not me saying, like, I deserve 100,000 subscribers or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, the biggest thing about YouTube is the amount of work that you put into it. And I do put a lot of work into my tutorials, but I don't put a lot of work into YouTube. That's a pretty important difference. And so if you wanted to make tutorials for some game engine, potentially Game Maker, or if you wanted to share devlogs or anything like that, it doesn't really matter your skill level. It's, people will gravitate towards it. I would, probably maybe don't make tutorials if you are a beginner, because they may not be super useful to a lot of people. But sharing your game in a way that is consumable for people and enjoyable for people, that's great. Like, people love that kind of stuff. So there are things that you can make videos about, like, your perspective on someone who hasn't released a commercial game and who is working on their first stream game or whatever. Like, that is something that you can totally do. And people love it. Like, so I think YouTube is a big deal. And I think as far as game dev goes, in recent years, it's become a bigger deal, right? Since 2017, which again, this campaign is ended in 2020. It doesn't say on here, but this campaign ended in the end of March 2020, I think. It either ran all of March and ended around April, or it ended in March. Can't remember. Hold on. I'll have to look at the... Well, yeah. No, I can't remember. But, again, just the point is, stuff like Kickstarter isn't necessarily imperative anymore, I don't think. Where, not to say that, like, you can financially sustain yourself on YouTube by just doing YouTube content. But it's fair to say that by far the most important thing for an indie developer is exposure, which, yeah, it's a meme, and it's also like, it's a joke, right? Like, oh, do things for exposure and not money. But ultimately, when you're an indie dev, the exposure or the amount of people that just know your game exists is really, really important. So YouTube is a great avenue for that, but Kickstarter can be used for those things. And that's, it's time to go to Behind the Rose, right? Because that's the idea, right? So $4,000 out of $10,000 and 128 backers by the time it was funded, which, interestingly enough, the $4,000 probably happened by around like the halfway point. I would say maybe probably like, I almost remember, I don't know if there's a way that Kickstarter keeps track of these analytics or something like that, where like I could see how much money happened over time, but I want to say maybe in the last couple days I made like $600 or $700 or something like that. But other than that, around halfway is whenever, or even before halfway is whenever the funding actually stopped. Like people stopped coming in, and I was like on track for a while. And then once like the halfway point hit, I was like, oh, it's time to be a little nervous. But again, the point is like these 128 people, I started from literally nothing, right? From literally 0 people knowing about the game except my family. And I specifically went out of the way whenever I did this first thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Pirate is back, or Pirate Software. But you know, I specifically told my family, like, you know, I don't want you to back it. I need to make sure that the game has like a proper, you know, chance in following with like random people and stuff like that. So anyways, let's go through this in a second. I need to catch up on chat before I do that. Let's see. Oh, Kickstarter is available in your country. That's unfortunate. You know, and to be fair, it is unfortunate, but like I was kind of saying that I think it is becoming a little bit less of a proper tool these days. You know, as unfortunate of a consolation as that is, I do think that's the case. So yeah, devlogs are very fun. Yeah, they're super fun. Again, I've like gotten on a kick where I'm like devlogs of games that I don't know if I care a lot about, but that is a great point. Devlogs are very tricky, and they can take a lot of time for potentially not a lot of reward, right? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in a second. I need to keep catching up. Mockingbird, that's very funny. The Discord channel. Yeah, obviously Discord's a great job too. I'm bad at Discord, let me tell you what. Yeah, the indie community is pretty great in terms of understanding the struggle and like sharing things around and like being good to each other and stuff like that. I totally agree. Okay, yeah. So anyways, that's the wrong bottle. This is the correct bottle. Okay. Let's look at this. Okay. I'm going to need someone to... I'm going to pause this. I'm going to need someone to... Presumably the audio level should be about the same. So let's watch this real quick. Should we? Is that embarrassing for me? Hold on. I didn't think about that. Am I going to be embarrassed by this? Look, someone tell me if the audio levels are good after I'm done watching this. We're just going to watch it. And by the way, you like the point of me showing this is like the difference that it takes from whenever you basically first start to where you get, right? So you're going to see a lot of different things, but you know what? You just make your own conclusions about things. No, seriously. Just all I need to know is if the audio levels are fine. But if you're any familiar with Rosa Starcross at all, then a lot of this is going to look kind of weird, but also kind of familiar. So here we go. What? Man, okay. I was gonna make a joke out of this, but I haven't watched this in a very long, very very long time actually. Man, that battle system. Oh man, I'm gonna cry. Okay, hold on. Oh man, okay, it's hard not to smile. It's funny. I think I ran the Kickstarter at like the exact same time, just like 3 years later. Which that's funny to think that the amount of time between this original Kickstarter and the successful Kickstarter is like shorter than the amount of time that now from the successful one. Okay, good. The audio was good. But yeah, so Game Maker is so underrated. I kind of agree with you. I do think it's gotten to a point where people really get it. And you know, it's funny. I think a big thing with Game Maker was Hyper Light Drifter was a big deal. I think when that came out in 2016, people were like, "Oh shit, I didn't know you could do that." You know, that game's sick. Hyper Light Drifter is awesome. Ah, that's awesome. Colossus Games. Yeah, that's great. I'm super glad that people are actually using the platform tutorial. You're always worried whenever you make like one of those series that takes a long time. You're always worried that like no one's gonna watch it. So I'm glad that it's working for you. But anyways, so oh man, Steam Greenlight. That's been gone for a while, hasn't it? Um Oh, and that's so funny. It didn't even get greenlighted before I did because again, this Kickstarter campaign was my only marketing campaign for Behind the Rose at the time. So yeah, wow. That's really funny to think about, but it's true. Yeah, there's a prototype, and I kind of want to turn that on in a second and play that. But there's a lot of differences. There's similar things. That's a good animation. I was pretty proud of that, like flaming animation from the sword right there. That was like one of the first like good animations I ever did. Yeah, there's a lot of abilities that are basically the same ones that are in the demo for Rosa Starcross, pretty much, except for Earth, which was replaced with. Well, I won't name it, but it's the same thing. Let's see. Characters. The characters all look completely different, except for Gin and Tonic. And a couple others look pretty similar. Let's see. What do I call this? Okay. Yeah, and then some music and some demo shots and stuff like that. So yeah, this was basically, well, okay. Here's the thing. I don't want to pretend like this was me immediately whenever I started making games and stuff like that. This was just whenever I first thought that I could competently make a game, right? So it took me some time, but I spent a lot of time working on this, and I tried really hard. So, I'm not necessarily saying if the stuff you do doesn't look like this at this point, then it's bad or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, comparatively to the stuff that we've done together, like for our tutorials and stuff like that, you can see the difference that it makes. And I kind of want to download the prototype and just show you how janky some stuff is. Yeah, I do. Let's see. Prototype. I think, okay, I could be wrong. 99% sure this is a Google Drive download. Fuck! What an asshole. He took it down. Hold on. What a piece of shit, right, guys? Hold on. Let me catch up on chat. I think I definitely have this somewhere. Hold on. Nuclear Throne. I need to play that. I really do. You've turned it into like a horror platformer. That's very cool. Whenever you have some stuff to show in that, definitely like message me on Discord. That's very, very cool to me. Thank you, Dionetic. I'm gonna assume that's how your handle works. Okay, yeah, here we go. What a piece of shit that guy was. Not you, Dionetic, but whoever ran this piece of shit Kickstarter campaign. I definitely have this somewhere. Hold on. Let's hold our horses. I'm going to look for it really quick. I know I have it. Is it just like on my desktop? Hold on. Water time? I've taken 3 sips of water for like what is essentially 3 glasses of wine. Okay. It's got to be somewhere. I know it is. Or is it just on my other computer? That would be so sad, man. Like my old laptop, that's just like the worst thing ever. No, hold on. Give me a moment. Oh, it's got to be. I know where it would be. Come on, baby. That's wrong. There's the Deltarune demo that apparently if you like delete it, it like something happens that's really bad, so I've just kept it on my computer for a long time. Ooh, I'm so excited about Deltarune, you guys. You have no idea. I assume most of you are too, but my God. Ha! No, wait. Shit. Hold on, that's the Rose of Starcross demo. That's not Behind the Rose. Where is it, man? He's trying to hide it from us. Why did I take it down? What an idiot. Why would I do that? That seems like something I absolutely would not do. Man. I'm going to be so upset with myself. Here, I'll play this for a second for you guys while I look for stuff. Let's see. Come on. Oh, I just realized I'm still in the corner, so I could be like, I'd be like, but no. I'd be like, what? What's happening right there? What? Oh. Hold on. I'm not having any luck, by the way. Oh yeah, there we go. Man, that's sad. I don't think I can find it. I don't think I can find it. Do you want to see something funny? Hold on. Let's open this up. Okay. Okay. Look at. Oh my god. Okay. This is very interesting. Hold on. I think unbelievable. What am I doing right now? What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So Pass Payton he be goofing. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So that's what it looks like when a man's brain has to completely reset itself. Hold on. I'm still looking for it, but I don't think we're gonna find it. I don't think we're gonna find the demo. But yeah, man, that's sad. Well, maybe I'll just play Roses Starcross. I blame literally everything on the soju. But I don't know if I could stream without the soju. That's the problem. So, okay. Well, okay. Before I go into a demo, I guess I'd talk about this a little bit more. Obviously, I doubt anyone here watching this is particularly interested. But if anyone is super interested in Roses Starcross, obviously as far as like a lore and story things, if you care, things have changed since this prototype, obviously. But man, I want to play it so bad now that I'm like looking at all this stuff. I want to play it so bad. I gotta find it. There's just no way. What a jerk. Turning it off. But, well, the more important conversation is this did provide me with a baseline of people. And it was a good amount of people, right? Like 128. I'm not going to pretend like that's not a lot of people, you know? Think about 128 people in a room, right? So like, yeah. And again, I there's no reason to be like, I don't know. I feel like adjusting to the amount of like numbers that you see on like YouTube or something like that is pretty bad for you, right? Because like I remember when 128 was a huge number to me, was a really, really big deal. And so if you're at 0, this is not a net loss, right? Now, this is probably something that, you know, I mentioned I like to go through this stuff like post-mortem when Roses Starcross is out eventually. But right now I'm like more than willing to say like this was a big deal. This was not a net loss for me, right? And at the same time, I didn't make $10,000, which I asked for, which in the grand scheme of things, $10,000 is nothing as far as developing a game goes. Like, I live with my parents right now, right? And that's sort of the only way that I am not like a homeless person. And like my thought in college was like that $10,000, I can manage to survive a year on $10,000 and finish this game, you know. It's different. Like it's kind of hard for me to express what I'm talking about because, like I said, this is something that I would like to wait for, like post Rosa Starcross when talking about it, because it would be easier for me to explain what I'm talking about when I talk about like behind the scenes things and stuff like that. But a lot of people like will do like Kickstarters and stuff like that at like very low amounts of money where they think it's possible because they're either young or they're just looking for the exposure and things like that. And again, if I had made the $10,000, that probably would have put me in a lot worse scenario than I was when I eventually did the other Kickstarter, which I think the goal was the same. I think it was 10,000 was the same goal, but just I know I'm hopping back and forth. It's the Soju's fault. I'm sorry, but I know a lot of people who like are watching this and pay attention to my channel are wanting to figure out how to like market their own game and how to get their names out there and stuff like that. Just remember that more than anything, especially if you're someone who doesn't have any kind of fan base or anything like that at all, that the most important thing that something like a Kickstarter or a crowdfunding campaign would do is to actually get you like this 128 people, right? If you this 10,000 is not an important number. I'm not going to pretend like $10,000 would not make a huge difference for a lot of people in their lives, but you also have to understand that if you were like me at the time, you won't realize how short this amount of money would go if you had gotten it in the first place and you were planning on supporting yourself. And potentially most indie games, a lot of indie games work with like one or two people. So that's $5,000 per person. You know, as far as like making a livable wage and stuff like that, it's like if you're stretching it, that's a couple months per person, right? Like if you have no other source of income coming in. So just remember that if you ever do like a crowdfunding thing or anything like that, making the money is good and it's very important. But what's more important is like that number of people that you get to pay attention. And that was also why I was talking about YouTube and stuff earlier, is because the most important thing is finding people that will like pay attention. And again, obviously I'm at a point where there are people paying attention to what I'm doing. And so hopefully, you can also get to the same point, whether it be like through YouTube or whatever. But yeah, it's become more of a question of how many people are paying attention as opposed to how much money you're making. Because eventually, whenever you make a game and you come out with a game is like, lucky for us, it's a digital infinite product, right? So you just put it on Steam and people buy it. So that's why this number ends up being a lot more important than this number. I want to say if this number never happened, if this number didn't happen, I don't know if I could have convinced my parents properly to let me pursue making games and stuff like that, which ultimately means that the second successful Kickstarter couldn't have happened, which ultimately probably would have meant that the YouTube channel couldn't have happened. So, you know, if I'd never run a Kickstarter and somehow had a YouTube channel with 15,000 subscribers, it probably would have gone a lot better for me if I were to run a Kickstarter right now. But, you know, again, the YouTube channel never would have happened if I hadn't run the 2 Kickstarters or whatever. So, I don't know. Hopefully, I'm going to watch this back and I'm going to be like, what the... He that guy, past Peyton, he was into his sojuice that day. You know what I mean? But, you know, my whole point whenever I started this stream was just to do whatever I felt like it. And I knew that the alcohol would take me somewhere. So I think that is an important thing for people to hear. But anyways, I'm going to catch up on chat for a second. Yeah, here it would have lasted me for a year, 10,000. Yeah. And again, that's another thing too that I'm completely ignoring is I'm talking from a very American perspective. So that's very different. Very, very different. So I'm not going to pretend like whenever I eventually did a second Kickstarter campaign and I made money, that did not go a long way, because it did. That Kickstarter campaign went a long way for me. Yeah, you have to not undersell yourself in the industry. It's very true. It's a nice balancing act between not underselling yourself and not overselling yourself too much to where you don't get the opportunity to make any money, right? Both are important. Both are important, but I completely agree is a lot of people undersell themselves, including myself whenever I ran these campaigns, but a lot of people really do. Which there's another Kickstarter campaign I want to talk about in a minute, just because it's a guy I've been interested in lately. No affiliation, but just want to talk about it because I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Yeah, the strategy where if you set the goal low enough, you get free publicity. That is 100% true, and that's a little bit what I was getting at as like that. This is the more important number, and I guess I didn't say this, but yeah, it's if I made the $10,000, that's great, whether I did or didn't. But again, that number is the most important thing, and yeah, that's what I did the second Kickstarter campaign, which I knew that by that time I knew that this number was not technically enough to just support myself. Like, if I wanted to move out of my mom's basement, like it wasn't going to happen on $10,000. But yes, a successful Kickstarter campaign, no matter what the price was set at, is great publicity. So setting yourself a low goal intentionally with the idea of becoming a successful Kickstarter campaign, which ultimately means that more people see it, that is absolutely a strategy. It's absolutely a strategy. And yeah, it is like free publicity. Again, there's that number, and I think the Heroes of Starcross number was 600 something, right? Where is it? 634. Yeah, that's a big difference. And again, the first one made 4,000, which it didn't make anything because obviously the way Kickstarter works, if you don't make your goal, you don't make any money. But this one made the goal, which I do believe was set at 10,000. I think I set it at the same thing. Oh, I set it at 6,500. Maybe I was less confident than I thought I was, but it made the 15,000 at the very end, and yeah, like you can see by the number of backers compared to the first one, and obviously by the money, but like the money is only about like 3.5 times as much, right? But like the amount of backers is like 6 times as much, right? So yeah, it's just publicity. Anytime you're on these kind of things, I was also going to say, I think it also helped that like the Wonderful 101 Kickstarter was happening at the same time, but maybe not. Yeah, and yeah, the Pirate Software, I'm sure you mentioned, because I believe his initial goal was also about 10,000. Let's check. I can check because I backed it. Let's look at it. The actual campaign. I thought this campaign did a little bit better. I thought it did. Okay, interesting. But about the same number of backers, a little bit more, and a little bit more money also. Which also, that's a great lesson on how well you can market yourself. Because our Kickstarters ran at like the same time and made similar amounts of backers and money. And you can just see how well that guy's doing right now. Which I'm also not doing bad at all. Again, I'm not going to disparage the fact that this is the 15,000 subscriber celebration today. Oh, this is also very nostalgic, just like looking at my old one, because I checked this one a lot, like every day. But yeah, yeah, that's super interesting. I could have sworn this game made more, but that's really cool. But yeah, no, I'm sure he's talked about it a bunch, because yeah, this was, I believe somewhere in here it probably says like, I believe he had just recently left like Activision or something like that, and this was like the Kickstarter was like whether or not he thought he was going to do well as an indie developer or something like that. So, anyways, far be it for me to read words, but yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Kickstarters are great publicity for people that don't want to become full-time content creators just to promote their stuff, games or otherwise. I do agree. Yeah. Yes, that's totally true. Because I don't like that. I do enjoy making the tutorials because I know that they help people, but I obviously don't do devlogs and stuff like that. So, thank you, Ultra Cosmic, for stopping by. Appreciate it. But yeah, no, yeah, it's just it's very interesting. It's very interesting, and again, yeah, it's good. It's a good type of publicity for people who aren't necessarily attuned to being content creators, right? So it's cool stuff. It's cool stuff seeing these two compared to each other and seeing this old one compared to the new one. No, I probably don't want to play Rose's Starcross demo because I said that like I was responding to chat. No, I was saying that in responding to my own thoughts because I feel like I'm going to say too much right now. Oh man, yeah. This is super nostalgic. I can't wait for Starcade to come out. Which is funny because there's so much information on Rosa Starcross right here, and there's like no information on Starcade except for the stuff that I've just like mentioned in videos. That's really funny. Yeah, no, but anyways, Starcade is probably going to come pretty soon, and that is probably a stream-worthy event as well. I don't know. Would you guys be interested in seeing that? Like Starcade is that'd be kind of fun because I expect when Starcade comes out, there's going to be a lot of like, oh no, I have a lot of bugs to fix. People are finding crashes and the game is shit and terrible. So I imagine that's probably going to be the case. So like, I think it would be kind of fun to do like a stream like in the midst of that, like dealing with that. Maybe that would be cool. Yeah, YouTube Shorts are a big deal. I've been kind of considering doing some just to maybe improve the numbers and such. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I'm thinking about doing some, but I'm so lazy. I just do the videos and I put them out, and then I just kind of throw caution to the wind and just let the videos do. I say that I don't have to throw caution to the wind anymore because the initial RPG series did really well. But yeah, I should focus on shorts. My buddy, my like best friend, has been like telling me for a long time to do YouTube Shorts, so I probably should do that as well. But I don't really do like. I think if I ever did shorts, I would probably have to make shorts, whereas like the pirate software kind of stuff, it's easy to because he does streams, right? Like it's easy if he has like a good clip for like advice or something like that to take that clip into a short, where I just have like full tutorial videos where it's like what 60 seconds could I cut out of any video? So I would probably have to make my own. That's kind of why I've been lazy, but who knows? That would be something that would be good for me for sure. Man, I hope. Yeah, thank you for looking forward to Starcade, Mockingbird. That means a lot. No, yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how many people actually play Starcade. I kind of expect it to like not be a lot of people, but yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how it gets received. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be like, "This is shit. This is a garbage game," and I'm interested in seeing if that's like what actually happens. Yeah, he streams to 8 to 10 hours a day. Yeah, so it's like, of course, it makes sense that like he's got a lot of really good stuff to be able to like clip and stuff like that. I need to watch more Pirate Software stuff because I like the guy and I want to see more about it. Combat in Starcade looks interesting. Thank you. I think it's pretty fun. I think it's pretty viscerally fun. I don't know how like hello everyone. Thanks for tuning in to me shitting on my own game that isn't even released. I like the combat in Starcade a lot. That's a postmortem thing. I really like it a lot, but it's whenever you work on a game for like a certain amount of years and a certain amount of time, it's nice to be able to like look back and realize like the things that maybe I would change this fundamentally. So that'll be another postmortem kind of thing. But yeah, I think a lot of people will have fun with it who actually end up playing it, especially if you like kind of harder games. Intended to host a small event in my Discord server for Starcade because honestly, I'm so excited. That would be cool. I'd be there if you told me about it. Message me on Discord. Know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool. The thing is, I know like probably a lot more people are excited for Rosa Starcross, which obviously Rosa Starcross is my main thing, so it's clearly the thing that I'm like super passionate about. But it is very heartwarming whenever I hear people are like excited about Starcade. That's very cool to me. Starcade was like a very selfish thing that I did, deciding to take a little bit of time away from Rosa Starcross specifically to do Starcade. But again, another post-mortem thing I'll talk about. I feel like there'll be a lot of fun streams post Starcade, and especially post Rosa Starcross. I'm very, very excited to do that stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. Looking back on the games you've worked on for so long is like when artists say flip the canvas. Yeah, when you like look at where you started, it's like I don't know what that was. It doesn't look familiar at all. Yeah, it's very interesting. But it's also a really great benchmark kind of opportunity where you, by the time you're, and this is true of all game developers, they probably don't talk about it much because it's just a weird kind of thing to talk about. But by the time you're done with making a game, you're going to have a long list of things that you would change about it. You know, the only time you get a game finished is whenever you've accepted that there are things that you would change about it and you just finish the original vision and then you save all the stuff you would change for the next thing, right? There's a band I really love called Between the Buried and Me, and they do like making of album stuff. And basically just I saw there was a cool like interview with the bass player who was like, this band, their like big album was called Colors, and on the next album, which was called The Great Misdirect, no one cares about this. The point is, it was cool seeing an interview with him during The Great Misdirect where he was talking about like, you know, I have my long list of things I would change about Colors. And it's interesting because it's a great album and it's a pretty iconic album as far as like the progressive metal scene goes. But like, it's interesting hearing like a very influential album and hearing one of the musicians who wrote it was like, here was my long list of things I would have changed about it. So yeah, I feel like that's true for every person who does anything creative, especially for a project that takes a decent amount of time. Would I ever promote my game by getting a booth at a con? I don't know. That's a great question. That's an awesome question because obviously I haven't quite had the opportunity for it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well it would work. I don't know if I'd necessarily make the kind of games that are like bite-sized enough for like booths, right? You know, because a big thing about a booth is like having a demo and having someone play it for a minute and enjoy it. I think maybe Starcade could fall under that, but I don't know if Rosa Starcross could fall under that. So I feel like that would be a really fun experience regardless of how well it went. I would like to try that. I think that would be really cool. So yeah, I think if I had the opportunity, I would try it out just to be able to have like a cool memory and a cool experience with it. Oh, in Australia, I assume you mean Australia. The indie scene is really accommodating, and cons have always had a section for indie devs to promote stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, that's super cool. I haven't looked into it a lot myself. I think there was actually I live in North Carolina, the United States, and I think I want to say that there was a con that came through like a couple of years ago, and I was emailed about it in some way, not like personally, but like I think it was just some sort of like I was on a list of like indie developers from North Carolina because I'm pretty sure this Kickstarter campaign, yeah, North Carolina. So maybe I was on some kind of list or whatever, but someone had like messaged me about it, and I didn't really have anything to have, but yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, that is super interesting. I always love it whenever there's like a real support behind indie stuff and like creative and interesting stuff. That's really, really cool to me. And I do think, you know, now that we're talking about it more, I do think it is something that I would be very interested in doing. But yeah, that's really cool. Speaking of Australia, let's move on. I was talking about a Kickstarter that was interesting to me. And I actually backed it. It's called Breath of Thunder. This is not paid. Don't run away. This is not like this is not an advertisement. I don't know this person personally at all. But there's a Kickstarter going on right now called Breath of Thunder. And it's actually been changed as far as like I think the title of it and the kind of premise of it. If I look down. Yeah, okay. So the creator's named Jarrell, and he's from Australia. And initially, this Kickstarter campaign was meant to be like a JRPG that was like 4 classic consoles. You can see on here, it's the new Atari thing, which I don't remember anything about the new Atari, but it's got like a PlayStation Vita and stuff like that. Yeah, your brethren. Yes, exactly. And initially the idea was this was like this guy does like homebrew and stuff, actually, like homebrew hacks and things like that, and has a series called like Silver Falls. Never played any of his games before. Again, don't know the guy. Not sponsored in any way, obviously, but he just kind of, I just kind of like him. And his initial idea was like a lot of the stretch goals were like ports for old consoles like Sega Saturn and Nintendo 64 and stuff like that. It's been changed because I think a lot of people were like questioning the guy, which rightfully so. You know, you see a lot of these things and a lot of Kickstarters that promise a lot of stuff that you don't know if they could actually, actually deliver on it in any way, especially when it comes to like porting to stuff like Vita and whatever, right? But like, so I think he's gotten a little bit of pushback. I think he's been a little bit sensitive towards it. So he's like removed the stretch goals and stuff. But anyways, there's not much to say about this. It's just a turn-based RPG, and potentially in the future it could come to like old consoles and stuff like that. And something about that has just been awesome to me. And I've been watching the guy's live streams and stuff. His Kickstarter has been going on, and if you're interested, check it out, read about it and stuff like that. But I just kind of wanted to point it out because I just kind of like the guy. What I respect about the guy is, as you see right here, he's made a ton of games, just he's good at just making games, making them fast, and just actually releasing commercial games, which us as indie developers, especially as indie developers, like learning how to make games and stuff like that, releasing a game is such a huge concept, right? So like this guy just makes games. He seems cool about it. And I'm just interested in him. Don't know much about him. Don't know much about the Kickstarter, anything like that. But I have at least done enough like looking around to say that I trust the guy to actually, whenever he said things like I'm going to bring it to Sega Saturn and PSP and Nintendo DS and stuff like that, I trust the guy. So, anyways, I just wanted to point that out. Do my indie support for a minute. You know what? Let's do another indie support while I check chat. Hold on. Oh, do you ever think you do a live stream where you play subscribers and or patrons demos or something of the sort? I've thought about that before. I've thought about that. It's interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I think that would be something that would be really fun to do. But at the same time, I would be a little bit worried, or not worried, but no, I would do it. I think I'd do it. I was about to say, playing people's early games, but I think I'm pretty good at seeing the potential in people and being able to like, properly uplift someone whenever they need uplifting, or not when they need uplifting, but whenever like seeing a game and seeing the potential in it and pointing out a couple weaknesses, but mostly pointing out the strengths of a game. I think it's very important whenever like you play a game, is finding what the strengths are in it rather than the weaknesses. Weaknesses are important, but I feel like making a good game gooder is a little bit better than taking the bad elements of a game and making them less bad. I think that's another Matthew Matosis thing, is like making the good gooder is more important than making the bad less bad. More good is better than less bad, right? So anyways, that's that. So yeah, I think I would be really interested in something like that. Maybe that would be a cool thing to do every now and then. I had a panic attack and turned off my Wi-Fi router when I released the demo for one of my games because I didn't want to know what people thought. Yeah, I am. I wouldn't say I'm bad at taking criticism, but I will definitely say it affects me a lot, right? Like I don't get like mad, or I don't clap back or anything like that, right? Because it's mostly just like the insecurities, right? Where like someone comments on something and says it sucks, and then you're like, you're right, I'm sorry, it does suck. But no, yeah, I totally get it. When I put the demo for Rose Starcross out on Itch.io, and especially whenever I was like contacting like random YouTubers and stuff like that to actually play the game, I was so scared to watch the videos of people actually playing the game. That was horrifying. And yeah, it sucks. It really sucks watching people play your own thing. I remember a long time ago, this wasn't the Rose Starcross demo, this was the Behind the Rose demo, but a friend of mine, I got him to play the Behind the Rose demo, and I like couldn't be in the same room. And he was like my best friend of like years and years. Like, he was never going to say anything mean to me. I just couldn't be in the same room for like half of it. Like, I just couldn't do it. It's tough. It's really hard. I respect people who are brave enough to give the world their games. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard putting yourself out there and putting your art out there for people to destroy, right? Or, not always destroy. That's putting it in, I think, an overly negative way. There are going to be people who love your game, because if you love your game, there are other people who are like you, and they're going to love your game, right? So your game isn't intended for every single person on the planet Earth. But it is hard knowing that some people who your game maybe isn't intended for are going to play it. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Did I say it's tough? What? Maybe I haven't had enough of this. Yeah, I appreciate constructive criticism. It's helpful, unlike just raging that it's bad. Yeah, that there is a difference. There's a difference between constructive criticism and people just enjoying to like dislike your game or anything like that. But again, there's always going to be those people. But I do think a good difference is once you get to a point in your game development where you feel pretty confident in yourself and you feel like you're doing the things that you want to do. I think a big deal is I think a big thing is like being able to differentiate when constructive criticism should be applied to your project or it shouldn't, right? Because people just have different opinions on video games, and people have different tastes and preferences. I mentioned this earlier, but I haven't finished it yet, but I've been playing the game Rain World the past year or so, which is a 2017 indie game made, and I love it. I love that game. It's very, very hard, and it's extremely punishing. It doesn't tell you much. And I've seen this because I've looked it up and stuff, and I've looked into it, but like a lot of people don't like that game, or at least didn't at first. And it's one of those things where like if the developers of Rain World had conformed to the constructive criticism that people would have given in the beginning, it wouldn't be as good, in my opinion. Like it wouldn't be what it was supposed to be. And that's also a difference. You get to a point where if you are confident in your vision, or even if you're not confident in it, but you have a vision, it's very important that you are able to execute it, and you can take whatever criticism you want once the project is out, once the piece of art is finished. But I think when it comes to constructive criticism and criticism of your art, it's one of those things where if you keep factoring in that criticism as you're making your art, it can make it impossible to finish because it's impossible to please everyone, right? Like there are people that would say the first Dark Souls would be improved by having warping between bonfires from the very beginning of the game. And I would just completely disagree with that, right? So know who you're making your game for. That's another thing. And the thing after that is who you're making your game for should probably be you, right? Because there's other people like you. There's always going to be other people like you. So make your game for yourself, and then you're going to make your game for a group of people who are really excited about your game. I'm actually great at criticism, but when a friend told me they found a bug, I threw up. That's very funny. Sorry, but also sorry. Yeah, no, the worst is when you think you've tested something to hell and back, and immediately you just see someone like a fucking crash, and you're just like, no, man, it sucks. It's funny though, because I feel like it's especially when you're not quite as experienced, it's pretty easy to underestimate the amount of bugs. I feel like you see more bugs than criticism a lot of times, which I guess bugs are a criticism in a way, because a bug happens and someone's like, what the fuck? But yeah, no, that's I feel for you. I really do. The watching people play the Rosa Starcross demo on YouTube was vomit inducing. It really, really was. Thing about being a programmer specifically is that the people are only really able to recognize your work when it goes wrong. Yep. Yep. That is very unfortunate, but it's true. Fellow devs will find the fun in little things that no one else will notice. Yeah, no, yeah, that's totally true. It's nice to know that there's always a community of people who are just going to be there that are like, oh, I really appreciate this thing. It's like, yeah, I know you do. Yeah, have a plan, write it down, do the best you can. Excellent summary. Excellent summary. I will laugh at everyone's misfortune who comes into my chat. Thank you very much. As you will laugh at mine, I hope, in the future. Yeah. Good friends compliment your work. Great friends break it to push you to improve. Yep. It's absolutely true. It's very true. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh at Starkey out of spite. Please do. I'd rather see, like, you part of you 1% wants people to post like cool combat videos or speedruns, and then even more than that, just how shit your game is. Just video proof of how bad your game was at 1.0. But yeah, okay. I want to talk about this for a second. Astromeda Kickstarter. Now, I think I've mentioned this before in like a channel update video, but what's interesting about this Kickstarter is the person who created it right here. Actually has like used a bunch of like my tutorials and stuff like that. Now, I'm not gonna say that the game was created solely with my tutorials or anything like that, but I've talked with them and spoken with them, and they're a very cool person, as far as I can tell, and they've been quite kind, and told me that they've used some of the work that I've done on YouTube. So that's very cool to me. It's a cool RPG, and there's demos and things like that, which is always great. I'm a huge proponent of demos, and yeah, I just wanted to talk about it for a second. It's got a kind of cool battle system. It turns into like it's turn-based, but you get these moments of like basically 2D platformer, sort of like dodging moments and things like that. Similar to Undertale, clearly stylistically formed after Undertale a little bit, but nothing wrong with that, because Undertale's pretty cool if you ask me. And yeah, they're clearly passionate. They put in a lot of work, and they're always working on this game. And yeah, they're cool. There's probably, I assume there's a Discord and a YouTube channel. Let's see. Yep. Discord. There's Twitter. There's demo. Yeah, check them out. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. And yeah, It's always very, very cool to me if anyone has any projects or anything that they're getting off the ground and they've clearly put a lot of work into. I would always love to see it. Discord is always the best place to reach me, by the way. If you have any kind of project about anything, Discord is a good place to get to me. And I'm always going to respond to seeing a cool project where someone's passionate about it. Always going to respond to it. And this is clearly a project that someone is very passionate about. Someone's very passionate about. So, anyways. But yeah, that was it. I was going to play that Behind the Rose demo, but it is gone. I definitely have it somewhere, by the way. So, in the future, that'll be a thing that I probably do if anyone was actually interested in that. But yeah. So, let's see. Do I have a Discord server? Yeah. Yeah, I do. It's somewhere. Where do I find it? Hold on. Okay. I have a Discord server, but let me just be completely honest with you. I'm not a good Discord server manager. Not at all. I'm an extremely absent person. Because most of the time I just spend working. There's got to be something. Hold on. You know what I'm going to do? Unrelated. I'm going to turn on the Rose Starcross soundtrack again. There we go. Let's see. Hold on. Where is it? Jesus Christ, man. It's just a whole problem. Why would you ask me to figure anything out? I just started my own video. That probably played for a second. Hold on. I started my own video so I could find the actual Discord. Fine, I'll do it the regular way. Hold on. Let's see. I would say 91% chance. This will work. I don't even know. Thank you, Slobbery. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have helped out. Do I do my own visuals and music for the games? Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier on, I started with music. A lot of the story for Rose of Starcross and stuff was written as like a goofy concept album first. What do I put up here? Hold on. Desktop audio. Hold on. There's nowhere to put it. That's good. Hold on. I'll just do this. Will I do this? Yeah, here we go. I'm just going to put that there for a visual. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Am I still making games? In general or at the moment? Because at the moment, no. Hold on. There we go. At the moment, absolutely not. But in general, yeah, totally. What am I drinking? I'm drinking soju. And I'm drinking Hanchan. Specifically. Not the Good Friends brand. Talked about this earlier. What was it that obvious I'm drinking? Don't ask me. What is soju, you ask? No, soju's just it's just like an apple wine. It's a Korean thing. It's a good alcoholic drink if you're of age. Like it a lot. He started off as an artist and got into game making. Yeah, no, I mean that's totally how I went. Except I started off as a musician, composer or whatever. I say composer. No one hired me, but I started off as a musician and got into game making because of that. So yeah, I'm totally in the same boat. Yeah, I do appreciate it, Mockingbird. Yeah, it is. It is my kryptonite. I can't wait to watch this stream back and just be like, ooh, that wasn't as good as I thought it was in the moment. Anyways, I'm already like such a scatterbrained person in general as far as like focusing on something. So the alcohol doesn't help. It does help me be in front of a webcam though. So that's nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm a musician. That's those right there. Yeah, I used to be in a I say used to. This was a long time ago. So like I was like 14, 15, 16. I used to be in like a metal band. And that was my jam, man. Playing shows. Just rocking out like what? So yeah, he do be goofing past Peyton. That was Spotify page? No, I on this this OST that's like playing right now. It's on YouTube, and it's also on Bandcamp, and I guess SoundCloud too. I forgot about that, but it's on Bandcamp, and that was specifically because you can download it on Bandcamp, and which is why I put it up there. So yeah, thank you. Everyone's so nice about my mustache. That makes me happy that people don't show up and be mean about my mustache. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay. I think I've done all I need to do today, right? Which is essentially nothing, and just celebrate the fact that people actually watch my YouTube channel. What programs do I use to compose and write music? I use Studio One, which looks a lot like this. Hold on. Maybe I won't open it. Maybe that's a bad idea. I use Studio One 3, which I think it's on 6 now. So I need to update. But I use Studio One, which, I mean, all DAWs, which DAW stands for Digital Audio Workstation. They all do similar things, right? They all do the same stuff. And basically, I just use Studio One because a good friend of mine and a great musician that I know uses it, and he showed me how to do a bunch of the stuff that I know how to do. So I just ended up using Studio One. But pretty much any kind of DAW, especially like FL Studio, if you're wanting to do stuff like game soundtracks that are like MIDI based and stuff like that. That the program itself doesn't really matter much. It's more just finding the sounds that you want. If you want to use sound fonts to have like classic sounds or things like that, any audio workstation will be able to do that. But yeah, I use Studio One because I like it and I think it's cool. And I'm also very used to it. I used Logic Pro X for a minute. Almost 10 years ago now. About 7 or 8 years ago now. I used to use Logic Pro X, which is like the professional version of GarageBand on Mac. And anything can do it. Anything can do it. Do I make music for games as a side gig? Nah, I only do music for myself in my own games pretty much. I think it'd be nice. It'd be cool to be like a composer on a project unrelated to something that I made. But I mentioned this earlier, way earlier on the stream, like 2 or 3 hours ago. But yeah, it's kind of hard to get work just as a musician without a reputation. So I probably could now, but now I just work on my own stuff. But that would probably be pretty cool to do. Do I have a job outside of streaming and making games? Well, I don't stream much. It's very rare that I stream, but no, currently I just focus all of my work on making games and doing YouTube content, which I'm sure that's what you meant whenever you said streaming. Yeah, I do like a lot of YouTube stuff, like tutorials and things like that for Game Maker Studio 2 or Game Maker 2, whatever it's called now. But that's pretty much what I focus all my work on. Not gonna, I live with my parents, so not like I support myself at the moment, but yeah, that's what I do. I'm very lucky. If I ever get around to finishing this game, I'd love to commission you to make some music for it. Hey, I'd love you to do that too. That'd be awesome. Yeah, no, I love to do music. So, not like I'm an expensive guy to work with. Yeah, bills and adult life sucks. It does. So, trust me, I'm very aware of how lucky I am right now. What are the upcoming updates to Game Maker 2? I'm very interested to hear about that because I'm not aware of that. I remember the leap from what was essentially base Game Maker 2 to 2.3 was a huge deal because they added stuff like structs, and yeah, that was a big update. Is there another like big change coming? Also, don't worry about showing up late. It's a stream. You know what I mean? Like, not expecting everyone to just watch all the time. A new code editor and other stuff. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know there were like big changes coming. I don't generally keep up with the like because I know Game Maker does like a beta version and they do like a proper release version. I don't keep up with the beta version because obviously I make like tutorials and things like that. So I make tutorials and I'm working on my own games, which have been in the works for a couple of years now. So I don't look into the betas too much. So yeah, that's really interesting. I'm probably pretty behind in like what they're actually offering for new stuff. But I love Game Maker. Like, especially since 2 launched, the amount of like changes and the amount of work that they've been putting in is a pretty big deal. AI assistant, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, cool. It's a little platformer with a raccoon cowboy character. Sign me up. Hey, once you have something playable, I'm serious. Just message me on Discord, and I'll check it out. 100%. That sounds awesome. Yeah, for a minute I was using the what is it called? What is the stable version of Game Maker called? Is it LTS? Yeah, LTS. I was using the LTS version of Game Maker for a while just to stay stable with my projects, but yeah, I think there was a couple things that ended up getting added that the LTS version didn't have. and I wanted it. So I just decided not to use it, and I wanted to be. I think a big difference was like making tutorials. I wanted to be familiar with like what the non-LTS version of GameMaker was. You had to offer was probably a pretty good idea for me as far as making tutorials and stuff like that. So I was doing a couple of videos for GameMaker's YouTube channel. And obviously they don't want you to use the LTS version. They want you to use the newest version. So, but I was using that for a while for Starcade, the LTS. I'm very glad that they finally added the option to have a long-term stable. I don't know if that's what does it stand for. I think that's what it stands for. Some people use it for that, but I think there's another acronym that people use. But I'm glad that there is a stable version of GameMaker, because I remember while I was working on Rose of Starcross, especially the demo, man, like there would be times where an update would just destroy what I had done, and I wasn't familiar enough with GameMaker or programming to like be able to work around like the new updates, like fix the problems that the new updates caused. So yeah, that was a big thing. Thank you, Fishy, for stopping by. Appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, thank you for hanging out so much. Thank you, Mockingbird, for doing my my housekeeping for me. Yeah, everyone wishlist Starcade. What are you doing? Thank you, Sea Beast. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. I think I'm gonna end the stream kind of soon. So yeah, it's been a minute. I've been hanging out for a while. I didn't think I would stream for this long, but I've been having a really fun time chatting with everyone. But yeah, appreciate you being here. Seriously. Yeah, yeah, I think a common thing that I hear about my videos specifically is that there's something about them that gets people into the like the very entry level for GameMaker, which is great. It's great to hear, because I mentioned this earlier, but there are a lot of YouTubers that are just like better than me as far as being better programmers and making better content and stuff like that. So I'm very happy to be the gateway drug for a lot of people for GameMaker and like actual coding and stuff like that. So I'm glad that there is like a space that I fill for certain people. So that's really cool. I appreciate it. Slobbery. When is my game coming out? I'm not gonna say. But Starcade Special is coming out this year, towards closer to the end of the year. But it is coming out this year. The scope of it has been like properly assessed for about a year now, and it's coming out this year for sure. I'm gonna hit that date no matter what. I have a date in my mind. I'm not gonna share it basically until the game is done, but yeah, it's coming out this year. Starcade Special is coming out this year, and then I'm going back full force to Rose of Starcross, which I'll be in a very good place with that, I think. Depending on, or regardless of what I decide to do with Rose of Starcross in terms of the way I decide to develop it from this point forwards, my experience is much higher right now. Like, I know what to do and how to manage my time and how to manage a project like that. And so, yeah, Starcade is coming out this year, and pretty much once it comes out and I go back to development on Rose of Starcross, I'll know exactly when Rose of Starcross is coming out too. So that'll be stuff that I talk about in the in like the end screen of videos and stuff like that, and on like channel updates and things like that. So yeah, I think both Slobbery and Mockingbird. Yeah, I do think that is the space that I fill specifically. Is it's unimportant. Well, I'm not gonna say unimportant. It's less important, the skill of like my programming, compared to the how beneficial people find my actual like teaching abilities or whatever, right? Or like how useful people find the videos is what I mean. Yeah, I do think that's. I'm happy to know that that's like a space that I occupy, like I said a minute ago. And a lot of people have like commented and messaged me and stuff and say that I'm like specifically the transition that people make from like not knowing much to being able to like understand tutorial videos and stuff like that for Game Maker Studio. So yeah, I'm very humbled by that, and that's really, really cool. And I mentioned this earlier, but super encourage people once you get to the point where you are somewhat competent with Game Maker, that you go on to other people and stuff like that, and not just me. Using as many services as possible is very, very important. So I do very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. You guys are so nice. What the heck? You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate it. Well, I've been hanging out. I'm pretty good. I think I might call my friend and play Elden Ring now. Maybe before I go to bed. So, yeah. Quick say something fucking mean. We need to take me down a notch. Let's kill him. But no, yeah, I super appreciate you guys. Super appreciate you hanging out and coming to the stream. What advice would you give people who don't have ideas for a game? I mean, it depends on what you mean by ideas for a game. Because you're gonna leave us? No, I'm gonna stream forever. What are you talking about? No, Dylan, it's a very interesting question. People who don't have ideas for a game. I think the important part is, I think there's kind of two different ways you can approach wanting to start making a game, right? Being interested in like a mechanical perspective for your game, and interested in a like storytelling perspective, right? And both are very valid. Both are totally valid. If you don't have much of an idea for one or the other, it's okay to start. For example, if you don't have much of an idea for a story, it's okay to start with your mechanics and not have a story in mind. It's completely okay, because what you want to do first is make a game, right? More than anything else. And say the opposite is exactly the same. If you have an idea for a story, but you don't know mechanically what you want to do, just work on your story for a bit and figure out what kind of mechanics you want to have for your game afterwards, right? Like it's totally cool. It's totally cool to just prioritize something first, right? Like, oh, so yeah, we're talking about music again for a second. So, really quick, Yeah, I started with music before story, before anything else. I started with music. And so, yeah, if you don't really have an idea for a game, like the idea, I assume there are games that you like, right? Like there are games that you enjoy to play. And from a mechanical perspective, if there are games that you like to play, just, and you want to learn how to program, but you don't know what game you want to make, just try and copy that game that you want, Like, there are Zelda-likes for a reason. They're Metroidvanias for a reason, right? Like, they're just tweaked copies of games that already existed. So, if you want inspiration for starting, but you don't know where to start, just fucking copy the game that you want to, you like, like copy a game. That's it. It's totally cool to do that. It's totally fine. Especially when it comes, to like mechanical stuff. I assume if you are interested in story and you really want to make a story-based game, you probably wouldn't not have a story, right? So if you want to make story-based games and you don't have something, like something you can do is you can just start with mechanics and then just figure out a story afterwards, right? Like, but I assume you mean like you don't know what kind of game you want to make and just pick some game that you like and just have fun trying to replicate it and copy it. Watch tutorials. As far as my YouTube channel is concerned, there's a couple genres I cover, but as far as YouTube is concerned, there's a ton of genres covered as far as Game Maker goes, or Unity or anything like that, right? Like especially Game Maker and Unity. So, just try stuff out. Just have fun making stuff. You don't need a direction if all you want to do is learn. So, yeah. But that's about the best advice I can give you. But, I hope you can get there. I hope you can start making stuff. Yeah, become afraid of copying others. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. In my opinion, personally, all art is built upon inspirations from other art, right? So if you just want to learn and you just want to make stuff, just, just go for it. Just copy the stuff that you've seen before. Okay? It's fine. It's, especially when it comes to learning, it's totally fine. It's okay. Like, no one's going to get mad at you, brother. No one's going to get mad at you. I'm not, at least. So just learn, just have fun learning, have fun making stuff, Oh, you have chronic nightmares, and so you have a wealth of story content readily available. Yeah, man. Nightmares? Hell yeah. I mean, that's where the juice is, right? Well, here's where the juice is. But I know what you mean. As Peyton said it, pirate everyone else's art and music. Absolutely. Just steal shit all the time. Oh, that's right. What's my favorite VST? Someone asked about like sound fonts and stuff like that. Actually, what I use, because I worry about sound fonts and I'm very stressed out about things, I actually use let me see, Super Audio Cart for the most part. Let's see. This is gonna be kind of an asshole thing for me to say, but because it's not like free, right? Here we go. Super Audio Cart complete. From Impact Soundworks, they do the Contact VST. Super Audio Cart is pretty good. Well, I say pretty good. It's actually great at replicating stuff like Super Nintendo, Nintendo, Game Boy, well, NES, Game Boy, Commodore 64, Genesis or Mega Drive, depending on where you live. And yeah, there's Like, they make really good stuff, and it's all like completely legally proper. It's $150. It's a lot, but there's a shitload of sounds that they make, and they're really good. Now, as far as VSTs go, like if you want something free for sound fonts, I used to use these a lot when I was like, well, I used to use these a lot in general, and I don't really use them much now, but there's William Cage sound fonts, I believe. Was it William Cage? And they're free to download, and it's a guy who I believe has properly like profiled sound fonts by game. So like if you love the sounds from Chrono Trigger, you can download William Cage's Chrono Trigger sound fonts, right? And when it comes to like deciding on which sounds you really like, you're just gonna have to kind of be familiar with like Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Boy Advance kind of games and stuff like that. It's something that you got to do a little bit of research into. But William Cage is great. I believe it's all free, and I believe the only thing that they ask for is like credit, or maybe even not. I don't remember, but you need to look into it. But there's tons of stuff. So every time I see you look a different person. I know. Sometimes I look bad, and sometimes I look even worse. That's the VST that Omori uses. The Super Audio Cart or the William Cage stuff, because I could imagine both being true. Now, I bought the Super Audio Cart like years ago, so I haven't had to worry about it for a long time, but it's very, very useful. It's very interesting. The Earthbound sound font is very good because Earthbound is a very creative game, so there's a lot of sound fonts and things that are like creative, created with like proper samples of stuff. Obviously, like famously, you've got like the Dummy song from Undertale and stuff, which is a sample from something in like the like Cafe in Forside or something like that in Earthbound or anything like that, but like really good, really fucking good, man. Undertale, soundtrack wise, are you joking on me right now? Undertale is crazy. The game is based on Peyton's game. Shh. I just took the code and everything from it. Yeah, Undertale uses a lot of stuff from a lot of, especially like Super Nintendo games. I remember there was like a track for Undertale that was like cut specifically because the sound fonts were really similar to Star Fox 2, right? And something about the sound fonts for Star Fox were like more legally gray. I don't remember, but very interesting. So Omori uses a Super Audio Cart. Very interesting. That's really cool, actually. I haven't played Omori yet, by the way. I'm waiting until I finish Rose of Starcross to actually play it, but it's something that I've wanted to play for a long time. Yeah, Toby Fox is awesome. I am so ready to play any more Deltarune anything. I think apparently the next few chapters are all going to be released at once or something like that, and I'm just waiting for it. You know, as I said, piece this together how you want to. Starcade, Starcross Starcade Special is going to come out later this year. You know, I wouldn't be surprised in terms of my luck if around the time that Starcade Special releases was around the time that the next couple chapters of Deltarune release. But I don't care. I don't care if that happens. because I just want to play Deltarune, man. I love Deltarune so much. I love Undertale. I just want to be a gamer. And there's so much gaming that those offer. Yo, Nate, you went to PAX East? And like actual game maker guys were there? That's awesome. Talk about that a little bit more if you don't mind before we're done with the stream here. Because I'm very interested in that. What kind of games did you see and stuff? Oh, thank you, Paper Bag Man. I'm glad it helped you out. Yeah, totally. Like, especially with big stuff like Undertale and Omori, like people have absolutely figured out exactly what like sound fonts and stuff were used. And I would not be surprised that pretty much all of them were like William Cage sound fonts. A sound font is basically samples. A sound font is like a sample from a game or from anything really, but mostly from a game. It's a simple like wave file sample from a game that like can be played in any kind of like VST Hauser, right? So like basically like if you took like a Super Nintendo game and you like took apart the samples that were used in that Super Nintendo game, like you can say something like Chrono Trigger, that's not necessarily the same as like a sound font. A sound font would be like when someone takes like literal just wave files of what was heard from the Super Nintendo, and that can be played in any kind of like basic synthesizer, right? Sampler player or something like that. So it's kind of hard to explain, but basically it's like a very archaic and very like down and dirty kind of way to just play samples that like loop themselves, right? So basically if you talk about a sound font, it means that someone could make a sound font by simply recording from their Super Nintendo a sound font of Earthbound, which includes... Why the fuck did I go Earthbound? What I mean... what I mean is you can just record shit from your Super Nintendo, from Earthbound, that you... or extract sound files directly from like the cartridge or something like that, or the ROM. And... it's like a really good approximation of like what the actual Super Nintendo and cartridge are doing together. But you can just play them in any like any kind of VST or anything like that. I don't have any on this computer. I'd show you if I did, but as far as this computer goes, I pretty much just have the Super Audio card thing. That was probably the absolute worst way to describe what a sound font is, so sorry. Still speedrunning the old Rust Starcross demo, huh? Still trying to do it, huh? That's so cool. I'm so glad people are speedrunning that. That just makes me so happy. Athenian Rhapsody. I need to look that up. I'm actually going to look that up really quick. Or I'm just going to open it up. Oh, cool. Okay. Yep, I'm going to keep that tab open so I can check it out later. Do I have trouble with mixing mastering? Yeah. That's all I have to say about that. More mastering than mixing, but yeah. It's something that comes with the experience. I don't have a lot of experience doing it. Yeah, it's not the it's not like the exact file that was used necessarily to create the sounds in the game originally. It's more just like a well done sound font is basically just a really well recorded version of a sound that was made, or like a well extracted sound or something like that. Ooh! Okay. It's about time for me to have a little bit more water. And to close up the stream, I streamed for like way longer than I thought I was going to. That's just because you guys are so much fun. That was such a shit-eating thing to say. No. Seriously, it was a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone coming out, watching, hanging out. If you extract them and then use them, wouldn't that be illegal? No idea. But because I have no idea, I assume that it isn't necessarily legal. So that's why I use the Super Audio Cart, because those are just recreations. So, it's tough to know. But I mean, I know for a fact, we know for a fact that Undertale used actual sound fonts from certain games, and I think it depends on a case by case basis. So, I'm not a lawyer. And that's the end of that. I don't know. But there have been games that have been commercially released that used sound fonts. So you're just going to have to look into it. Oh, maybe a deep inventory tutorial soon. That probably would eventually come with the turn-based RPG series. It's probably when that'll come. So you made a full game demo just because of my tutorials. That's very cool. Again, you message me on Discord. I'll play it. I would love to play it. Yeah, very soon. Tomorrow. It's coming tomorrow, guys. No. Yeah, you know what? I'll okay. So I'm closing out. I'm about to end the stream. This will be only useful for the 16 people watching right now. But I'll go ahead and say, yeah. So, my idea was to make this stream palatable for people who just wanted a channel update. That didn't happen. So I'll just do it right now for you guys, and I'll probably make my own video anyways. But Discord, I sent it. Oh, is it still in my copy paste? Hold on. Haha! Here's the Discord for my server, and you can just message me from there. Figure out something to do. But your dev team wants you to think. No problem, fellas. Gotcha. But yeah, no. So future of the channel. Obviously right now I'm focusing on Starcross Arcade Special. That's the most important thing to me right now. So I'm going to work on that. It's going to be finished this year. And after that, I'll be doing more series, which are like follow-up series to the platformer series and stuff like the turn-based RPG series. So that's, in a nutshell, that's the idea of where the channel is going. I might do a couple singular videos that are on very specific topics. In the meantime, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's about it. Right now I'm focusing on Starcade, so I do appreciate it very much. Yeah, good stream. Had a lot of fun. Thank you everyone for stopping by. And yeah, I think that's going to do it. See you around, partner.